Hello and welcome back to EU5. I'm going to see if I can rescue this Lord of the Isles situation because, yeah, I've played some other games since then, so I've got a better idea what I'm doing since the last stream, hopefully. Although there's still some things that are a little bit confusing. There's also been a couple of patches since the last stream, so yeah. There's still things I run into and I think, is this a bug? Is this intended behaviour? There are some things that definitely, and like I've begun to run up against some things that do irk me a bit. Colonisation seems a bit messy and hands-off and not super brilliant at the moment. But that's not really going to be an issue while we're playing as the Lord of the Isles, so I won't go into that too much. So, yeah, basically I need to try and unscrew my economy because we ended up in this horrible debt spiral where I now have over 300 ducats of debt. And I think the way out might be just to take on more debt and take on more loans and actually build something that might contribute to the economy. But the problem is we've got I can uncheck that trading. We don't have any trading anyway, any like trading presence, so that's fine. But yeah, we're gonna have to like. I just trusted the game last time and put this on automatic, and I think that didn't help. But also, how much can we mint? Not much. We can get some inflation, chieftain's tax, clergy tax, clans tax. So we're taxing as much as we can, and I think we'll need to unpause it for it to update. That can't. Is that really all we're getting as income? Is that it? Navy maintenance. We're gonna have to get rid of that ship. We're sort of. If I make available for hire, does that... yes, make unit mercenary. I don't know, that might earn me some money. I don't know what good a single ship is going to do, but that might be a source of money. Problem is we're paying so much in interest. We're also paying to procure remedies, which we can actually get rid of. Because the Black Death has been and gone, so yeah. So what can I build? What can I build that's going to actually make some money? So we can build a salt collector. Where can we build salt collector is the question. Where has actually got labourers? I don't know. Can we look and see where has the most labourers? You can't break it down by province, unfortunately. So it looks like it's the Inner Hebrides by far. So this bit here, and we have to just look and see. Yeah, there was also a bunch of fishing villages which I've removed, because we're already producing fish through our RGOs. Hey laddie. So peasants, labourers, right, so salt collector would cost me 54, but we don't even have enough people to fully staff the salt collector. Like, that RGO isn't even fully staffed. So yeah, right, so yeah, I don't like this might be a total write-off. So how much money can I get? Our states, oh okay, our states have no more money to lend. Okay, no, getting money from the banks gave nothing. If I'd done this earlier, it might have been possible. But I think we're just gonna have to hit declare bankruptcy, which is kind of like real bad. It has a massive negative effect on everything, particularly research progress, 90%. Oh, it's so bad. But I don't see any way out of it. We can't actually borrow enough money to buy some profitable buildings. So, yeah, Michael Scott, I declare bankruptcy. We're just going to do that. Yeah, about, like, we're making a tiny amount out of the clans and we're making a tiny amount out of minting. Like, we can't even, like... Right, buildings, 1 monastery and 3 clan seats. We're just gonna have to, like, trash everything. So... just all of the, like, monasteries, anything that's... we just have no money. Which is just, this feels real bad, but it's like, what am I going to do? I keep feeling that's not owned by us. If I turn on political map mode. No, that doesn't help very much because it's all just yellow. Slightly different shades of yellow. Right, so... I think we're just also... Like, it's a pity we can't just straight up sell the ship. Yes, disband. I want to disband the ship. Oh, wait, because it's a mercenary unit? How do I unmercenary a unit? I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any way to... Wait, where did I do that through? Was it the military screen? I can hire my own navy as mercenaries. Well, if somebody hired them, that would be great. But we don't have enough money to even cover the expenses of a single ship. We're getting nothing. Sadly, the money printer is not an option. Yeah, you can't do that, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't. How am I supposed to? How do you get rid of a thing that you've made a mercenary? It's not immediately clear to me. You'd think it'd be somewhere on the unit screen itself. Select objective. No, that just takes me back to the Navy screen. That's where it's parked. Blockade capacity. Don't care about that. See, we've already made that available for hire, so that was why we did that. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we just, like, we can still take... Oh, we can't take loans. We basically bankrupted our estates with all those auto loans. If I remember correctly, does this cost money? I don't think it does. Right, okay. There's still definitely things that I don't quite, like, understand yet about how the different things in this game work. Hey, Hildebrand! Like, apparently being able to undo that thing I just did. Do I just literally have to reload the game? I might literally just have to reload the game. Yeah, I'm on save game. There we go. We're still going to have to declare bankruptcy because of the interest payments. apparently for my very first thing that I did on stream, you know, I chose a really challenging start. Right. Oh, no, wait, it auto... When I... Oh... Because it's an Iron Man game, that's not going to work. It auto-saved. Because it's an Iron Man game. I don't... Can I, like, force a civil war and then... Can I, like, piss off the chieftains and have someone... Like... Because, like, if I... Oh, I can't even just, like, revoke a bunch of privileges because I don't have the stability. My goodness. Oh, I got a message on YouTube the other day saying, congratulations, your account is 17 years old. It's almost old enough to drink. Well, it didn't say that part. I said that part, but yeah. No, I can't. Okay, can I, like, mothball it? Which cuts down the cost a little bit. I don't know what to say. Our economy's in tatters. I don't know how to fix it necessarily. So, yeah, it's the entirety. I've not been doing YouTube things for the entirety of that 17 years. That's just how long my account on YouTube has existed. But it's been... I don't know, it must have been 2012, 2013? I don't know. It's been over 10 years for sure. Yeah, so I don't know what happens. Do I just go into, like, turbo bankruptcy? How does this work? Hiring mercenaries, the First Navy. Oh, because they count now as a mercenary, but I don't want to hire them. Cancel contract. Undo. Undo. Yes, we're going to go bankrupt again. Or we're going to get a succession crisis. Maybe. Can I... bid for the Isles... Okay, things are happening. Right, things are happening. This is all disastrous. Years of mismanagement, court intrigue, and an unstable rule have wrought the seeds of our downfall. Yeah, okay. I've kind of screwed things a bit. Can I... If I click that... and... Is there something I can do for... Request additional taxes, maybe? Will that help? Or we're just going to click all the things. There we go. Giving away everything. So this is one of those things where it's like, I can't tell if this is... Yeah, we're bankrupt again. Oh, it's a guy. It's a guy. Right, give him a post in the administration. Yes. I could do with any tiny bit of, like, legitimacy and whatever that we can get at the moment. So yeah, having made this a mercenary unit, how do you, like, how do you make it so you can undo that and then... I don't know. I don't know. I think we're just seeing what happens. Give in to their demands. We're bankrupt again. Oh, we've been given a province. I don't know why. Bankruptcy again. Wait, Isles... Oh, I've been given part of Northern Ireland. I don't really know why. Also, that was apparently... conquer a location. I got an achievement for conquering a location, even though it was actually given to me by my overlord. That doesn't sound quite right to me, but what do I know? What do I know? This is a complete goddamn mess. Right, we can integrate that province at least. Does that increase our tax base at all? No, not really. We've got some commoners that we can tax. It's not actually giving us any tax. We're having to buy food. Oh, so this has actually made our financial situation so much worse. Because this province is buying food. I don't... whatever. It can't get worse. Surely it can't get worse. This is what happens when you completely boils things up, balls things up. We do actually have someone encouraging migration that's successfully doing that, but we will... Can we integrate two provinces at the same time? Yes, yeah, oh, absolutely, Hilterfran. Yep, absolutely. Recovery effort, conversion, assimilation, integrate province. It's a real lackluster military score on that person, but we'll give it a go. Yeah. We might get a civil war happening at some point. I don't... Do we even have... We have 172 levies that we could raise. Okay. We probably will get some kind of... Although these rebel movements are all very low powered at the moment, but they might grow. I guess we'll see. This is such a mess. We somehow claw our way out of this. I bet what happens is we just get integrated by Ulba, by Scotland. That would not surprise me. Like, this is always going to be a completely tough start. I did find, by the way... oh, they've been integrated now, but... At the start of the game, this here, Fischhausen, is called the Bishop of Samland. Yeah, so it's obviously the best province in the entire game, but it does start off as a vassal of the Teutons, who immediately try and annex you. So it'd be lovely to do a little, meme game where like, haha, I'm the Bishop of Samland. We almost worship cats now. But it would be exceedingly difficult to do with not using some kind of cheats or console commands to hire lots of mercenaries to get your way out of it, because doing it legit would be a little bit tricky. Here at least we're starting with multiple provinces and multiple tens of thousands of population. So it's... yeah, it could be worse. I'm sure there are much tougher starts than the Lord of the Isles. Right, so we've passed the Parliament issue, and that actually gives a bit more centralisation, which is fine. Okay, was I fabricating a Cassius Belli on? Apparently I was doing that. Lordship of the Isle of Man. I don't remember why I did that. Why did I do that? I don't know. Is there a way to see how many troops they have offhand? Oh, it's because I set it as automatic. That's why. Yes, I'm bankrupt again. Yes. can see how many troops, how many pops they have, but we've given us Derry. Why are you giving us popular? Why I don't. I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't complain. It's giving us more tax base. It's fine. So do we get hit with? Are we getting hit with double maintenance? Because I changed the Navy into a mercenary unit. I don't know. That was such a mistake, apparently. And I don't know how to undo it. How do I make this ship go away? Do I just sail it into the middle of the ocean and be like, okay, go sink? I think we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to just sail it in the middle of the ocean and hope it sinks. And then, oh no. Right, can't send it up there, but if I send it to, like, the Barents Sea, there, you're going to a nice little holiday in the Barents Sea and you're going to sink. Yeah, I thought setting them as mercenaries meant other people would hire them as a mercenary ship, rather than I would have to pay them as mercenaries and maintain them as my navy. That's a bit weird, but whatever. But if I get rid of them, then that's fine. Right, outside navy range, yes. Hopefully that means it's going to sink. Current strength. Does that mean they're at literally 4% strength? Yes, I'm bankrupt again. I know. Continual bankruptcy. Right, attrition. They are taking attrition, so yes, they're going to sink. And then but maybe we might go back into a slight positive balance. Maybe. What an absolute disaster this has been. Oh, okay. Whew, I thought they were declaring war on me, but that's fine. Can I actually do anything? Can I even... if I raise levies... A few, okay. Just to see if we can help. We can be like, I'm helping! Except probably not very much. Wait, First Navy, why did you come back? I didn't want you to come back. You're supposed to have gone off and sunk. Go and sit. There, go and visit there and then sink. Oh no, they sank our ship. How terrible. Right, somehow we've got to get... Oh, we can't. We don't have any way of transporting them there. Okay, never mind. We've been able to raise 4 dudes that are from Northern Ireland who... Event, we get 0 sailors. Excellent. Right, well we can stand you down then. And then my 4 guys are going to be like, we're helping! We'll go and join them up to the main Scottish force. Oh, we've got 38 guys there as well, but there you go. Also be... Oh. Can also stand them down. Oh, it's 2 guys now. It's 2 guys. Oh well, never mind. Right, this is your... I don't... Just 38 guys going on a walk. So this is our glorious contribution to this war is 2 guys in Northern Ireland. 2 guys in Ulster. Good news is we're finally on a positive balance. But it's not much of a positive balance, so I wonder if I can curry favours and like scam some cash out of somebody. Curry favours. with... Do we really occupy it with two guys? I don't know. The Frisian burghers, who may or may not have some cash, I don't know. I'm also... Should we improve... Oh, let's improve money, improve rep with Flanders, because Flanders has Bruges, and Bruges is still a major trading port at this point. Right, I think... I think we're sort of stabilised-ish, but good God, what have I done? What have I done? Right, we can... Oh, we're in the wrong province. I was going to say, we're going to attach them to that army. They're basically cheerleaders. Food access, yes. I think we... I mean, the war score's at 100%. I'm not sure why they've not triggered negotiation yet. I don't know, but we've definitely won. Right, there we go. Oh. Right, plague scapegoats. We can take the stability hit, that's fine. It's terrible anyway. And we can... Okay, this is to do with our current impending civil disaster. We can actually get state satisfaction, but not a whole lot. Yeah, everybody hates me, basically. Not minting anything. Like literally the only money we have coming in seems to be from the chieftain's tax, and like less than 1 ducat from... So we're getting 1 ducat from the chieftains, and then like a part of a ducat each from minting the clans and the commoners. Right, local opposition or blasted traitor. So every location in Donegal will lose 10% pop satisfaction, support the claim of Douglas McLachlan, was I guess how we'd render that these days. Crown pretenders get 5% progress, or we can give in to their demands, which is going to put us into bankruptcy once again. Bankruptcy! Our old friend. And then this is a Black Death related event. We can gain medicine for the market. Can gain trade advantage. We don't have any traders, so that doesn't do us any good. We could lose trade advantage, which again we don't have, for plus 20 opinion. I guess we'll go for that. Right. This is fine. This is all going absolutely fine. That's a lie, it's not, but we have a positive balance at least. How do we have Northumbrian patriots? Oh, they're clearly some Northumbrians settled in. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. And we're bankrupt again. Now the historians in this future timeline are going to have fun writing about this. The absolute utter incompetence of this particular period of time. Right, good news is At least the pops are going up, and they'll be hopefully we might actually, once we're done integrating, because we're almost done integrating Argyle, we can start using cabinet members to try and get people becoming peasants, and then peasants becoming labourers. So we're at least getting the benefit of our RGOs without necessarily having to build anything. Oh, okay. What merchants? We don't have any merchants. Well, apparently our non-existent merchants have just lost us 2.32 gold, and we're going to be bankrupt again, so that's fine. Oh, this is one of those things, by the way, I can't tell if it's a bug or not. Like this weird flickering going on. Like, is that... That has to be a bug, right? I don't know. Salty bread is good. Hello, I'm playing EU5 very badly. We go for yet another bankruptcy. Why not? This is bankruptcy simulator at this point. We do... Do we have... What accepted cultures do we have? Right, we have Highland and North Scale as accepted cultures, and those are ones we could add as accepted cultures. In fact, we might want to try and add Irish, although we are already... let's take a look at the... There is tech later on that increases the amount of accepted cultures you have. Yes, bankrupt again, I know. Blockade efficiency, we don't care about any of that. Oh wait, no, this is still Renaissance stuff. I think we're still researching our techs here. So that's the one where... Okay, I think we've got those. Those are the... Okay, those are the last two that we don't have from the Age of Traditions yet. But once meritocracy hits, that whole branch will open up, and then okay, the rest were into Age of Renaissance. So RGO size, food production, probably this branch here then. But I don't think... I don't know, there's nothing that's like super duper, we must have this. There's some things that might be nice, like increasing literacy levels. Increasing literacy levels is basically one of the ways in which you indirectly increase your research progress, but the fact I keep going bankrupt doesn't help. So clergy literacy and I think noble literacy. I think clergy literacy has more of an effect, but I'm not entirely sure. Hey, AGC. Yeah, no, we don't have any. We sent our ship off to die because it was costing too much money. How are we... Oh, food. So just occasionally our markets decide we need to buy food and then don't. I don't know. But we need people to stop being tribesmen and become peasants and work in the RGOs. And why am I torturing myself? Because I happen to live here. So naturally I made a beeline for it. The history of the Lordship of the Isles is quite a, culturally important bit of history locally. So I made a beeline. I could be playing like, the Low Countries and making fat stacks of cash, or Venice, or Northern Italy, or I could be playing one of the powerhouses like Castile or France or England, or maybe one of the more interesting, sort of middling places like Sweden or Hungary. But no, I'm doing this to myself. So yeah, I've actually yet to play any of what one might term the major nations. Sweden, powerful and paradox game. No, that doesn't sound right at all. So yeah, I've played some odd little places trying to get a handle on specific mechanics, like trades, and I had a little bit of a go at colonization, although frankly colonization as it stands seems a little bit confusing and arbitrary at the moment. But yeah, trying to just like manage economy, manage industry, building a population. The furthest I've played of any game, we'll actually save this. I can show you what I've been doing in another game. So we quit to main menu. I'll have a quick look at the one I've spent the most hours in, which is Greenland. Which is like way off on the edge of nowhere. You start off with 1,000 population and would be utterly boring to watch. I spent a lot of time playing Greenland on 4 and 5 speed because so much of it is spent just trying to get more goddamn population. And of course you start off as your own little isolated market, and you're the only person producing anything in that market. So actually then, and this was really useful learning about trading and trying to understand how trading works. But at the same time, you've also, because you start off at this bit here and you've got 2 extra bits of colonizable land. One of them I managed to somehow grab, but the other I didn't, and it's just left me very confused about how colonization works. Somehow Poland has a piece of Greenland, and I've got an idea that maybe I'll try and foment some rebellion, but I don't think it's going to do much good because Poland will just send some troops over. But yeah, I've gone from like 1,000 pops. We're now in 1645. I've got 45,000 pops. We actually have a proper town. And towns is another thing where, like, it's not... I've read that, like, this kind of hover over thing, you should be able to promote things to towns if they meet the requirements of having enough population. I think it's like 5k pops. But you can also use Parliament to designate places as towns. So I managed to get the capital as a town, and I've got a struggling amount of burghers. Oh, yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing! So it took me so long to figure out that. But, like, it was instructive. And it probably wasn't... It was probably by the 1500s that I had the main town, but we're still struggling to get burghers and struggling to get... things to, like, production for things I need for the market. And the fact that it is like its own encapsulated market has been like it's its own challenge, trying to make everything balance at least a little bit. Yeah, that's what I did. I urbanized. It's actually come up a couple of times, and it was always for places not the capital, and then I finally got the capital to be the main town. Well, I suppose the capital might have just have changed to be the town. And for some reason, this is confusing me. Someone might be able to explain this. This area seems to be both connected and disconnected. And it's weird from the market, and I don't quite understand how that works. Because you mouse over the buildings and it'll say it doesn't have market access, but the stuff that is being produced is ending up on the market. So I don't understand how it is both, it's quantum markets. It both is and isn't connected to the market. I really don't understand what's going on there. So, the RGO production at the very least does seem to be going to the market, but any buildings that require stuff from the market aren't pulling stuff from the market. So I really don't understand that. If I go to the market map, so it shows it as being part of the market, but it's a darker colour, and I don't know if that means anything. So, and you mouse over and it says, you know, all the pops are living in the market. But clearly, you know, there is some kind of market access problem going on. And I can't build any, like, there's no, because there's no town here, I can't seem to build anything that's equivalent to like a dock or a harbour or anything like that. So this part just seems to be permanently semi-disconnected, and I can't do anything about that right now. Yeah, I figured the difference in colour meant that it's kind of not connected. So I really don't... There is a fishing village. There is a fishing village. The fishing village exists. But I don't know if that's doing anything. It says it can't function because it has no market access. So we do have workers there. But it's also saying it can't function because it doesn't have market access. So I don't know. And there is ivory that's produced there, but there isn't... what's the other thing they need? Salt? So do I need to produce salt locally and suddenly there'll be a market? But I can't produce salt locally because at the moment we don't have any money. So that's a bit of an issue. The money is running down. I can't even... What am I spending so much on? Diplomacy at the moment. Fiefdom. Yeah, we're still a fiefdom of Norway. I might just have to close down some buildings. I don't know. We might be able to curtail spending there. But this is the game I've put the most into. But there's been a couple of other games. I was dicking around as Dithmarsh, and I was actually using cheats for that one. And this is one where I got a bit confused, particularly with trying to promote urbanisation, because it doesn't seem to be an option. I don't know if it's because I'm a one province nation, but I more than meet the requirements. Yeah, the only thing I was cheating for. Oh, why's it done that? Oh, did I select new game or something? No, what's going on there? Oh, was this because it's a different? I'm confused. What's happened there? Load game. Dithmarsh may not load properly. I wonder if that's... I wonder if that save is now just broken. But Dithmarsh was a bit of a late addition to EU4, and it was a bit of a meme. No. No, okay, that save is definitely a bit broken. So I can select a country, but for some reason Dithmarsh doesn't exist anymore. Weird. I'll go to a new game. It should show it. But yeah, when it was added to EU4, it came in with a completely unique Republic government style of peasant republic, and you can kind of still do that. So you start off as a republic, but you can actually choose like peasant republic as your core republican like legal value. So yeah, there we go, Dithmarsh. But you kind of almost have to cheat when you're starting off as Dithmarsh, because you're a vassal of the Prince Bishop of Bremer, who immediately, or almost immediately, in like the 2 or 3 times I tried it just to see what was happening, starts annexing you. So if you want to actually survive as Dithmarsh, I mean, maybe there's some kind of absolute RNG shenanigans you can do with trying to get alliances with other people, but it would be absolute RNG, because the game really doesn't give you a lot of time before you actually start getting annexed by Bremer, so there's not a lot you can do there. But yeah, apparently that save file is just kind of balked. Never mind. But the only real way I was cheating in that one was to give myself cash so I could hire mercenaries. So yeah. Right, see you, laddie. So anyway, yeah, back to the Lord of the Isles. So yeah, Dith Martian still playable. I just jumped in because I remembered it being a meme, but for some reason it was stuck being a rural province and I could not get it to promote, even though I got it up to about like 75,000 population. It never came up as an urbanisation option for Parliament, and they didn't like clicking on the thing, even though obviously, you know, I had more than enough population to become a town, let alone a city. It just wouldn't let me. It just didn't seem to have an option anywhere. Like it kind of acknowledged that it was a possibility and said, you know, promoting to a town will cost this much gold, and then it didn't actually have anywhere to click to make that one happen. So it was weird, but maybe because it was the capital and my only province, it was going to not allow me to do it. The bond itself is next to the green bit. Where do you mean? So if I wanted to, if I had the population, because this is one of those things that it's they've kind of like one of the complaints people were some people were having in the run up when you were getting all the reviews coming out was sometimes there are bits of information that you want to find in the UI and it's just not obvious where they are. I think this is one of those things where it's not obvious where it is. Right, so we have integrated those cores. But anyway, that's not really just above the angry population numbers. Oh, there! See, when people say click on the thing... Okay, wow, okay, that's next to the little shield. Next to the little shield. Well, now I know. But that is pretty hidden away. Right? That doesn't necessarily at glance look like it's going to be a button that you can... So that's how you promote. Okay. 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 Now we know. Okay. I've learned a thing. Right, cabinet. We want to encourage promotion. So we do have access to recovery effort because I think negative prosperity. Okay, I guess that only comes available if you have negative prosperity. I could also just set them to stability investment. Where did I... Conversion speed, where's the thing? I swear there's a cabinet action that lets you... Is it... No, not conversion. Conversion's going to be... Yeah, I don't know. Tribesmen to peasants. There we go. Right. Do we do that in the Inner Hebrides, maybe? I think that's our most populous provinces at the moment, are in the Inner Hebrides, generally speaking. And basically get people working in those RGOs Yeah, so I did wonder, like, if there was some kind of natural promotion process that would happen. But, yeah, that's not a thing. Right, we could really do with more cabinet members, but yeah, it's going to be a while before we, like, tech progress has slowed down so much, and there's no kind of, like, tech bleed that you get coming across from neighbours. So they've really changed how tech kind of works. Right. Okay. Avoid fueling hatred against minorities. So this is a Black Death related event. The minorities must be controlling him. Yeah. So we'll lose a little bit of legitimacy, but we'll actually gain some. Yeah. The equilibrium for our estates is so bad right now. Like, even though it's low, it's still going down because we just screwed things so much. It's so bad. Yeah, part of the, like, is just figuring out what's changed from EU4, and a lot of the changes I do think are good ones. We've got Paranoid Regent as a trait. So I mean, like, the move away from the mana system has been just, like, I am such a fan of that having happened, and the like, so much depended on those 3 little numbers at the top of the screen that it could quite frequently get frustrating trying to just get anywhere with any of it. And to move away from that, it almost feels like a different game. Like, I can see the roots of EU in this, but it's such a very different game from EU4. I mean, it's not the first time Paradox have done something like that. You compare not EU3, Hearts of Iron 3 to Hearts of Iron 4. Very different feel. Very, very different feel. Right. We're gonna go with the traitors option, because every time we reset to being bankrupt, it restarts that bankruptcy timer, which I would like to get past at some point and actually build some tiny amount of cash. Right, what markets are we actually in? Okay, so mostly it's this Edinburgh market. But some of our provinces down here are in the Dublin market, so that's why it's showing me that, although I'm not sure why it's showing me. Oh, we have some absolutely minuscule amount of trading power now. Apparently, we're making we're making less than 1 ducat, or 0.01 ducats in trade income. Right, there we go. So yeah, we didn't get hit too hard by the Black Death, all things considered. But we had kind of a tiny population to begin with. Well, it's Pops we wanted. But we are just a very unpopulated part of the world anyway, so yeah. Oh, that's good to know. You can gain institution spread by importing goods from markets that have those institutions. Okay. There's going to be lots of little things like that it's just going to require so much time playing to uncover, or even just trawling through the wiki, I suppose. I don't even know if if there's a wiki up and running, or if it's still going to be fairly bare bones. Doesn't help that anytime you search for EUV, of course, it's not necessarily giving you EU5. It's giving you lots of things to do with extreme ultraviolet lithography. Like, no, I don't want to know about the process of making integrated circuits. I mean, I'm sure that's very interesting, but no. So yeah, I have to type Europa Universalis every time. Right, is there a EU5 wiki up and running? There is a page on the EU4 wiki which has links to all the dev diary stuff. Okay, that doesn't necessarily... I don't think there is an actual EU5 wiki yet. There's plenty of sites that are saying, you know, here's how you play EU5, but no actual wiki as of yet. Anyway, which is a shame, because, like, for other Paradox games, sometimes you want to get into the nitty-gritty of why things work the way they work, and the wikis are generally very, very useful for that, because they do break stuff down in a way that's kind of, like, they'll have tables and lists of things of you know, different effects and events and whatever. So right, oh, this is not blockade standard slipping yet. I don't think we really care about that right now. I really don't. Yeah, so I did point this out last time, but it's just such a wonky looking delineation of Lewis and Harris. Oh, okay, all right. It must be new enough. It's not turning up, literally not turning up in search results yet, or at least not the search engine I use, which is DuckDuckGo. Maybe it's there on Google. If it's anything other than like super bare bones, I'm going to be surprised. Okay, all right, there we go. That looks not too bad. Okay, now that does actually look like a decent amount of information. All right, that's going to be good that I know I can go and refer to that now. All right, there's definitely way less information in this than the EU4 wiki, but I guess that's not surprising. But it's still going to be enough to... Yeah, okay. Okay, good to know that exists. Does exists. Well, sometimes, I mean, sometimes they give out not a lot of information before games launch, and sometimes games do launch with, you know... Because there's no such thing as user manuals anymore, right? Who even remembers user manuals? So sometimes, even if it's not a company directly, they'll be members of the community. They'll be like, here's the relevant information for this bit. Go put it in a wiki. Have fun, because it's cheaper than actually doing like a user manual. And even the tutorial in this game, you have to like actually, it doesn't just like, there's the thing, the tab at the top, but if you want the actual tutorial missions and stuff, you have to actually go and turn that on as an option before you start the game. Stability, or let's take a little bit of stability, because goodness knows we could use stability. Right, you can stop building a spy network. Why will we... I don't know why the AI decided we needed to have a spy network. We don't have the cash. Can I... Is there any way... Oh, okay, no, because we called back the spy. That's fine. We're back in positive balance for diplomats. Right, okay, that's fine. It just occurred to me, because that was saying that it was not giving me any, so... that would have been an issue if we want to try and, like, get money from Flanders or the Pope or somebody. Well, kind of. Tutorials, they're a guided experience, but it's really easy to hit a state where you want to know a particular thing that the tutorial isn't going to tell you. Okay. This might be game over. Yeah, so, what was I saying? Yeah, tutorials can go part of the way, but like, especially with a game like this where there are so many systems bumping against each other, it's real easy to come across stuff that just isn't covered. Right, frustrate annexation is a thing that we can do. I'm wondering if there's somebody better suited. Right, yes, so we can assign you and you're going to be more effective at it. But I think that just slows down the annexation process. This might be game over. Because there's not a lot I can do other than declare war. And I don't think I can really do much to... Oh, the Ross peasants have taken a county, apparently. I don't think there's much I can do against Scotland. It's not going to happen. Yeah, they're currently at war against the Ross peasants, but even if they only get a couple of hundred troops, I mean, I've got nothing. my current raisable levies are 0, and I have no money for mercenaries. And oh wow, no, okay, this is full on. I didn't even notice that. Scottish nobles, Ross peasants. Okay, no, Scotland is actually imploding. Maybe I just have to delay if the Scottish nobles win this war, this civil war. So there's a peasant civil war going on, which I am party to, but there's also this nobles revolt. Where are we? No, I want to see the... Can I see the diplo of the... This definitely feels more obfuscated compared to being able to, like, EU4 or even, like, other Paradox games. And you click on the thing and you're like, okay, I can see who they're at war with and I can see who they're allied with, and you don't... Like, this is all my relations? I don't want my relations, I want to see their relations. I don't know. It's possibly buried in there somewhere. Right click on the nation of... So if I right click... Will that show me... Maybe it's all meant to be through map modes. So I can open Diplo actions, which is not what I want. I can open country panel. Is that what I want? Country panel? Ah, there we go. Country panel. So our loyalty is 0%, apparently. No one's very loyal to them at the moment, so they currently... First Noble Civil War, there we go. So you have to right-click on... okay. So that's weirdly obfuscated, instead of, like, literally being... You click on, like, the Diplo button and... I don't know. So again, I can see what people were complaining about in those early reviews. Of sometimes stuff is just kind of obscured, buried away under UI actions that aren't immediately kind of obvious. Anyway, right. We can... Oh, this is to do with us having a spy network in man. Let's just take prestige. So yeah, that's okay. So that's good to know I can do that, but it's also kind of a little bit counterintuitive. So who... Our cabinet stop frustrate annexation. They want to... Oh yes, they want to give us money. Absolutely, we will definitely give you money. Does that mean I'm not... No, they're still my overlord. Does that mean they're not trying to annex me anymore? No, they're still trying to annex me. Resist annexation. Okay, while we remain a disloyal subject, they will not progress. If they succeed, it's game over. Okay, so we can remain a disloyal subject. And cannot be annexed that way. Right. So we can just be super stroppy. Well, they've actually got an alliance with France, but I guess France has not been sending their troops over. Otherwise the noble rebels would be getting absolutely stomped. Absolutely stomped. Right, so as long as I remain disloyal, I'm safe. That's good to know. So what do we want to... Rebel crackdown? Who do we have to worry about the most? I mean, we have so many rebel groups. We're probably going to lose our Irish possessions, but there's not much I can do about that. I was sort of given them unwillingly anyway. Clergy insurgents, crown pretenders? I guess we'll go for the crown pretenders. And they will... Okay, so basically we're impeding their progress slightly. It's not even doing that much. Maybe I should have them do something more useful then. Like develop province. Let's just get to that. Province development is always useful. Yeah, that I have noticed that as well. Like I've seen relatively little use by the AI of like shipping troops. And another thing I've noticed, and I don't know if this is one of the things that the little patches in the last week have fixed, but the little indicator when you're marching an army into another province and like there's going to be a battle there, it would consistently go, oh no, the odds are terrible, you're going to lose. Even if it was like you were marching 500 dudes against 50 dudes, it'd be like, oh no, you're doomed, don't do it. I don't know if that's been fixed, but that was kind of a bit silly to see. Right, so uphold the commons, or we can uphold the burghers. At the moment we could do with the stability more than we could do with switching to capital economy, so that's fine. Oh, hello Samuel. My royal advisor to the Earldom has decided to come and weigh in. Sam will of course be giving me lots of expert advice by glaring at me and meowing at me and demanding food and lying on my lap and just generally being in the way. Right, we can We can invite settlers from a bunch of places. What I really want to do is ask for money. Right, we can ask them for... Okay, it's not even a single ducat, but whatever, we'll take it. Even though they're trying to annex us and we're terribly disloyal and they're in the middle of a civil war, we'll still take a bit of their cash. Right, building subsidies. What building are we subsidising at the moment? Oh, okay, this is a good event. Stabilised a little bit in Derry. Okay, so that's fine. We have got an attack advance. What buildings are we? A fishing village in Uist. Why are we subsidising? We shouldn't be subsidising. We definitely don't have the money to be doing that. I guess that was one I missed removing previously. And without it being subsidised, it immediately just closes. So, okay, that's fine. That's weird that that suddenly woke up. We don't really need the sailors at the moment. They do give you... I think fishing villages do give you some level of trade thingy. Trade capacity. They actually give you more than the market villages for some reason, but they don't really make any money because they're producing fish. So, I mean, we don't even need that fishing village, to be honest, but I guess we might as well leave it be for the time being. Right, I do wonder what's the point where we could ask them. We would need 25... Oh, we would need favours for France. Okay, so I don't even need to be improving... Like, doing it with Flanders is pointless because they are a vassal of France, so you don't deal with vassals, you deal with the overlord. Which makes sense. So, I mean, I think that might be like the last building I have because we had some monasteries and stuff that I just got rid of because they were costing me money. So, production, buildings... You know what, we'll turn all that off for the time being. Because when I started, I basically just automated everything, so I didn't know what was what, so... yeah. So that's fine. Buildings... We'll actually just close that. So we have 2 gallo glass septs, apparently. Can I see where they are? Will it show me on the map? Right, there and there. So these are... Right, these are estate buildings. Okay. So I don't have any direct control over those. So the estates are paying for those. You can automate estate happiness. You can, but at the moment I need the tax. And it keeps fluctuating because occasionally we'll just suddenly start buying food. So it's not even particularly super stable right now. I mean, we basically have no tax base. It's all incredibly rural. The fact that it's listed as wetlands is basically, yeah, it's basically peat bog. It's all peat bog. Yeah, I don't like this. I think we just... I don't know. I don't know why we keep turning to the market, and it's not consistent. We need people to be... We need our fish RGOs to be producing more fish. Like, literally no one's working down here in Sky, for example. Where's that Sky? And that's... I don't even know. Tyree. That'll be Tyree. Yeah, wow, no, we have literally just tribesmen, and so we don't have any labourers or anything. We can, but we have so few councillors and so much to do with councillors that we could be doing. Like, I could be having councillors in promoting stability at the moment, which would be useful, or legitimacy, which would also be super useful. We're trying to integrate Antrim at the moment, which is, you know, also useful. Maybe we stop developing province and actually stability, legitimacy. That's not going to be enough to overcome that, but it would slow it down a bit maybe. Let's go for that. Okay, so that's the base, and that's modified up to 15. So that's slowed down the bleed a little bit, which is all I seem to be doing. This is such a disaster. All of this is a disaster. If I was starting off with a fresh game, I could probably be doing better than this, because I ballsed it up so badly. I really am just trying to see if I can rescue this in some form or another. Oh no, we're no longer disloyal. Right, so that's another thing we need cabinet members for. Is you know, right, they are winning the civil war, it looks like. How annoying. It is just the lowlands that the nobles hold now. Okay, not a lot I can do about that. Right, Tynwald, we can call a parliament. What can we do that's useful? Increase ties in neighbours. We can... oh, any estate satisfaction is good at the moment. Develop the interior. I don't think that's particularly useful. Conduct the census. Pop growth. Monthly legitimacy +1. That by far is the most useful thing we can have at the moment. But we also have basically 0 support, so we'll see. We'll just have to basically give away everything. But that would actually, if we can bolster our legitimacy, that would help a great deal. So, yeah, and we could maybe also... Oh, no, we lost support. We could maybe also then reassign that guy to sow disloyalty against Scotland, because we don't want to be annexed. So our heir is still... He's 14, so... We've got to wait 2 more years before we get past the Regency, which might help. Right, we've also got a diplomat, so shall we... Right, we need to improve opinion with France before we can curry favours with France, that's fine. Irish people are starting a war of... Well, that's very nice for them, I can't do anything about that. So Antrim is now, you know, striking for independence, but... Scotland might walk over there. Oh, yeah, no, I think Scotland might just walk over there and smash their faces in. I'm certainly not going to be doing anything about it. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is all very fine. Totally not just an absolute goddamn mess. I don't... Like, this is... the estates being this awful, I've not had it happen in any other game. So this is, in its own way, vaguely, you know, I'm learning things about the game and how the game works. Right, so we'll go sow disloyalty rather than frustrate annexation. I think seems to be the thing to do. So we actually have a negative effect there because you're not very good at that. You're a little bit better maybe? There we go, that actually now is a positive modifier. So minus 10, was that minus 10 like per month? I don't know. How do I see how loyal I am? Do I have to go to Scotland? Civil Wars. So I don't quite know where everything... Like, this screen is kind of new to me, so it's still... Things are still a bit new. Right, so it's going by 0.68 per month. And... Let's Cassius Belli's. Royal marriage with man. Where's the actual vassals? Proving opinion, guarantees. CB target, receiving food access. Is there not a list of vassals? Surely there's a list of vassals. Subjects, there we go. Subject opinion of overlords. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to sabotage, I think. Okay. There are a lot of quite small icons to deal with. So, okay, our loyalty is currently at 80%. But again, I've had to... Look how far I've had to dig down to find this number. I wish that was a little bit more accessible. Right, yes, I totally had everything to do with sieging these rebel provinces. Okay, well, we're going to have to let that slide because we absolutely need this to pass. This bolster government. Our legitimacy is critically low. So basically, high legitimacy, high stability, and we'll get those numbers up. Hopefully. Does that need a month to tick over? No? Okay. I mean, being in Regency isn't helping, but I thought that would have... I don't know. That hasn't had the effect I expected it to have. Very odd. Maybe? Right, we have a deadline of 22 years, essentially. I almost wish I could, like, if we had the stability to spend, it might be useful to not be over this limit, but not a lot I can do about that. Wait, why does that say current construction when it's them raising levies? Oh, that's slightly weird. I don't know if that's meant to be. Presumably that means that levies appearing is somehow tied into the building system? I don't know. Right, we really don't... We've got a 3-year casus belli to resist annexation by... Like, if we can't get like France or somebody powerful to help us, hell, even England. Maybe I should be going for England. France might be useless. I was going for France because they might give us some money, but maybe I should be going for England. Because I don't think France is actually going to be capable of bringing troops up. We'll keep at it a little bit longer until we can maybe ask them for cash. Although we would need to get a lot of trust, a lot of favours. France is also allied to Scotland. I think we can check that. I think they are. Actually, you might be right. Right, alliances. Subjects. Say that, they're in that war. Enemies, subjects, access, royal marriage. I'll learn what the icons mean eventually. Improving opinion, casus belli target. Have I missed it? I'm not seeing an alliances thing. Am I blind? It's possible I'm just blind. That's weird. I'm really not seeing a thing for what their current alliances are. They're in that war. We can see that they're in that war, so they must have some kind of thing going on. But I don't see... They're being guaranteed by France. That might be why France came into the war. I don't know if they're allied with France. I think it's the guarantee that's prompted them to join the civil war. Right, anyway, traders, stability, a bit of cash, or research progress. Oh, that's actually really tough. We'll go for the cash. Possible diplo actions. We could curry favours from a bunch of different places actually, but we don't necessarily want to waste the diplomat. Let's just increase opinion with England. I guess we'll cancel increase opinion with France because I don't think we're actually going to get any cash out of France. I think England's the better target for now. It's going to feel real weird trying to cozy up with the English to hold off being annexed by the Scottish. So how do I deliberately become a disloyal subject then, apart from what I'm already doing, which is sowing disloyalty? I really don't know. Let's frustrate annexation. I don't know, let's try clicking that. Let's try doing both at the same time, see what effect that has. Right, we lost a cabinet guy, that's fine. So we're running both at the same time. Oh, that's weird. If I click that button, it takes me to a war declaration screen, and I'm declaring war against... What? Okay, this has to be a bug. Why is it taking me to Stockholm? It's like the default rebel flag and it's taking me to Stockholm. That must be a bug. That has to be a bug. Surely it should be showing me Scotland instead of... Yeah, okay, we found some kind of weird little bug. Yep. I don't know. I don't know. Can I even actually declare war? No. I couldn't even declare war against Scotland because we have all this rebellious stuff happening within the Isles itself, so... Who knows? Well, that is a weird little bug indeed. Right, we can get rid of some of these. Inefficient minting, don't care. Unprofitable building, that's closed anyway. Missing goods, don't care, don't care. RGO missing employees, don't care. Underage heir. Unhappy estates, I am well aware. Rebel movements. We'll leave that one there because it's quite handy to have the tool tip. Over cultural capacity, rebel movements. We have 2 different rebel movements flags. That's how you know we're especially having a fun time. Non-integrated provinces. Donegal. Okay. We were integrating Antrim and then they rebelled. Is Scotland actually... Are they seriously losing? Somehow? Okay, it's just the ticking war score. Weird. Anyway, I don't really care if I lose the Northern Irish bits, though, to be honest. I'm just trying to, like, somehow keep this alive. After surviving the attempt to harm her physical integrity, that's one way of putting it. So this is our regent. So she's acting a bit weird. Okay, so it seems to be acting as though there was an assassination attempt or something, but there wasn't any message that came up about that, so I'm not sure. So I can lose a little bit of legitimacy or basically get this modifier which gives them -10 ability across the board. I mean, I don't know what happens when I reach legitimacy 0, but let's find out a bit quicker. I can have her get married to a noble. See what happens. Yeah, so, I don't know if it gets to 0. Is that an automatic civil war, or is it just sit at 0 and everything is real bad for a while? I really don't know. But we're going to find out for science. For science. This particular run as the Isles seems to be completely doomed anyway, to be honest. Maybe even go up to speed 4. Right, so we can get... Okay, we can get someone as a government member, or we can get them as military. Well, I think we want a little bit of stability and a little bit of legitimacy. Will be useful. So it's not even that we have some kind of massive negative modifier, it's just that our positive modifiers are so weak at the moment. So you've got the base value of -1, and then the 0.2 from being on Regency, and of course we don't have any money. We have so little money. We don't have any money to put into it. So it's just plummeting. Oh, another one has appeared. Okay, well, that's another free bit of legitimacy. Gosh, yes, I don't know. Hey, Chaser. Right, so Angus has come of age. His admin stat is okay, but his other stats are kind of a bit weak. Right, so one such crisis. Yes, well, the last couple of years have just been a continuous crisis. So we can take a little prestige hit, or passive in efficiency of cabinet goes down by 25%. We don't want that, so we'll take the prestige hit, going from 0 to 0. That was an easy choice. So even with both of these, the annexation's still... It's now dropped to 8 years? Oh my goodness. Okay. A soiree, right. We can get legitimacy or prestige. Let's get legitimacy. Just absolutely hanging on by the skin of our teeth. Somehow. Were we improving opinion? Oh, yeah, and they finished, so that's fine. So we can... Oh, okay, so we improved opinion, but it's not enough to curry more favours. That's unfortunate! That's really unfortunate! Okay, I think this run is doomed. Right, so... we can... get a little bit of stability. I think we need the legitimacy more than we need the little bit of stability. Stability is very slowly climbing. But legitimacy is kind of catastrophic. Right, yeah, you don't need to keep reminding me. Although we could do with... deploy range, is that anybody? I have seen one of the popular mods that's around, because so often you get this. You end up with nobody to marry because they've switched over to this system of like actual characters and like family trees and things. So yeah, there's a mod that gives you a marry local noble button. Because I think at the moment all you get is marry a lowborn or marry a noble. And if there's no actual... Oh, hello. If there's no nobles, then you're a bit screwed. But apparently there is actually somebody. So that previous screen was lying to me. So we can marry a noble. And we can actually join a foreign order of chivalry. Which... oh. Gives us a tiny little bit of... Okay, some extra diplomatic rep. Okay. We grant only nobility as leaders to the chieftains. I mean, we kind of like... We have to make all of the concessions. Oh, okay. either. Yeah, okay, so it's sort of... Okay. Is there a way to, like, permanently get a thing to go away? I don't know. Right, should we just choose somewhere random that might be rich? Try and curry favours from Bohemia. Right, gain 12 stability and estate satisfaction for the clergy. Hey, we've got one of the estates back in the green, kind of, although the equilibrium is still trending downwards. This is happening very slowly, this little, I don't know. Again, it's like we've won. Do I have to click the button? Because I'm technically the war leader? Is that why it's been dragging on and on? Right, so I can just, like, have all of these provinces. Ooh, can they give me some cash? $10. Oh no, they gave it to the High Kingship of Alva. I wanted the gold! Give me the gold, don't give it to them! God damn it. Wait, I thought I was taking those provinces. Oh, not that I care. I don't care. It's fine. Yeah, there's definitely still some weirdnesses going on. I want to become disloyal! Let me click a button that says, let me be disloyal. Right, okay. Actual civil war has finally kicked off. And it's the clergy, even though they were the most satisfied estate, it was the clergy. Go figure. Don't know how that works. Can I call into the first clergy civil war? Go on. Yes? Do I get some kind of response? Acknowledgement? Oh, you know what I could have been doing? Building a spy network. Right, apparently calling them in to... Clicking that button to call them into the war does nothing. I don't even have enough troops to... Well, am I still at 0 levies? I think I'm still at 0 levies. I have literally no troops. I have nothing. I have no one. Right, there we go. They just took a really long time. In fact, I don't... Was that even me asking them, or is that them just deciding to do it? I can't tell. Honestly, I think playing as Scotland is going to be much more viable than playing as the Lord of the Isles. I think it's kind of going to be quite difficult to reach the heights of power that the actual Lordship of the Isles did manage. Although, basically getting beat down by the Scottish Crown and forcibly integrated was essentially what happened IRL, and it's why the current monarch of Great Britain and Northern Ireland also bears the title Lord of the Isles. So the current actual Lord of the Isles is some guy named Charlie Windsor, I think. I don't know. I don't really know who that is, but some guy. So, yeah. The Lordship of the Isles, it never really went away. It just got integrated by the Lowlands, those filthy Lowland Scots, and then hence when the Acts of Union happened between Scotland and England, the Lordship of the Isles went with them. Right, spy defections for 10 years. I don't really care. We don't even have 10 years left. Oh no, wait, maybe we do. That's now gone to 476 years. Okay. So something happened there? I don't know. Meanwhile, the Scottish army's beating down the rebellious monks of the Inner Hebrides. But it's so annoying that they're annexing me, because it means I have to concentrate on that rather than trying to actually do something useful. I think what I might do is we will... we've done that for 2 hours. And to be honest, it looks about as doomed as when I first started. So what I'm going to do is we'll select a new game as somewhere else. Actually, let's do it Iron Man. It's still... like, I'm so used to... with other Paradox games, it's you go to the new game screen and that's where you select whether you want to do Iron Man or not. But, of course... that's not the case. You do it from the main menu before you hit the start button. Oh no, wait, it's fine because I have the mods disabled, so I don't need to do that and I can do it from this screen. That's fine. Okay, yes. I'm thinking of if you have mods. And you have to select and deselect mods, and that's fine. Right, so this is how you start, by the way. You start as being part of the Balliol Rebellion, which anyone that watched the last stream will know. So where should I play as? Is a question. Because there are many, many options. We have, like, I'm maybe not going to pick Great Yuan. That might be a bit much. And I've watched a video of someone playing the Golden Horde, and frankly, that looked like a nightmarish mess of. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. A nightmarish mess of trying to like keep things from just imploding continuously. I'm sort of tempted to go for the Low Countries. There's the weird options, like you can play as the Hanseatic League, or there's a pair of banks that you can play. But the banks especially, you can make lots of money, you just can't do anything with the money. There was a game, a video that came out with the Spiffing Brit, who basically, on launch day, one of the games he showcased was playing as the Hansa, or the Hanseatic League, which I don't think you can select on the map. You have to go like to country selection and then sort of look at the least populous ones. So yeah, starting as Greenland, you're starting off with the third worst or the third least population. But yeah, you can start off as the banks, and I think if you scroll down a bit, you find the Hanseatic League. Which, honestly, the fact that you can have these these extraterritorial, I can't speak, these extraterritorial entities, it makes me think that modders are going to maybe do really interesting things with that at some point. I swear it's down here somewhere. Unless I've scrolled past it. Plus it's... Oh yeah, you can just... Hanseatically... There we go, 60,000, 16,000. I hadn't actually reached it yet. So, yeah, you start off with a bunch of pops, but no like actual land. And he basically... I think he built a bunch of banks down in Italy so he could then shift his primary culture to being like Lombard. And then he was able to not only be the Hanseatic League, but also get the benefits of being having the banking advances as well. So he could then buy loans and become even more rich. So that is definitely a legit strategy for playing the Hanseatic League. But the banks themselves, yeah, you can't even like raise mercenaries or anything. So you can build more banks and you can make more money and you can take over loans, but you can't be like, I'm so rich, I'm going to buy a province. The one thing you can do is you can become the state bank of a landed entity. But that doesn't really give you any more options. It just ties you to a particular state. So I don't really see the point of that, to be honest. It's just the other end of the equation of, as a state, you can ask one of these banks to become your state bank. But if you're playing as a bank, there is basically no point to doing that. So anyway, I mean, I will happily take suggestions. I'm honestly kind of thinking of Hungary, because I always like playing Hungary in EU4. I don't know what kind of challenges Hungary is going to have, though. Some of it's going to be, I mean, I think all of it's going to be fairly familiar in terms of like the actual things that are available to do, because it's a monarchy, it's Christian, it's Catholic. Yeah, I suppose that's true, but you still just sat there building banks, raking in cash, and you could, yes, you could absolutely bankroll your friends in a multiplayer, but for the person that's actually playing it, kind of boring. I don't know. Right, what do we get? That is unique. So composite light cavalry. So we get cavalry power plus 20%. Levy recruitments plus 33%. So there's some unique stuff for Hungary. Realm of many cultures. Renaissance Prince, so that is peasant estate and artist salaries. Found the Black Army. Allows the Hungarian Black Army regular regiment. So you get unique regiment. That's cool. Oh, possibly. I mean, possibly it was added as... Yeah, I wonder how much of it was just so they could... Because you get banks appearing like the Fuggers, and there's another one, the Weltzers. Because banking was historically, you know, some of these banks had a pretty outsized influence. But in terms of what they can actually do in a single player game, it's kind of a bit limited at the moment. But, you know, they exist, I suppose. And like I said, I think modders might do interesting things with extraterritorial whatsits. So, yeah. Reformed coinage, so less inflation. Bulwark of Christianity. Manpower plus 10%. That would be useful. Hungarian Hussars. That's another unique regiment. Hungarian Reformation. So if we embrace one of the Reformation religions, we'll get some unique stuff going on. Or you can choose to remain true to Catholicism. Or if you are... Oh, interesting. So there's a third option where you can go, if you're not Catholic, Calvinist or Lutherist. Lutherist? Yes, Lutherist. You can become multicultural or multi-religious or whatever. Oh, there's absolutely stuff that's going to be DLC. Like, I highly expect there's going to be a lot more expanded colonization mechanics put in DLC, because colonization is so weird and bare bones and RNG dependent at the moment. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there is some interesting stuff in here. I wonder if Austria gets like some Austria-Hungary stuff going on. Don't think so. Right. Anyway, let's go for Hungary. Let's go for Hungary and see what happens. It's my first time actually playing some kind of major country. So, our capital is only a town, apparently. So we have Buda and Pest as separate things, and our... Oh no, okay, why did I think that was... Oh, it's because the actual capital icon was hidden by... Okay. So yeah, that's actual separate provinces, which is kind of neat. So what have we got? We've got a pretty decent treasury. We have some income. Stability is going down slightly, 3.8 million, although that's going to get hammered by the Black Death, of course. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, EU4 had the event that, like, the mission trees, though. And there really isn't anything like that in EU5 as such, so I don't know. And there's going to be other, like, later things that you're going to struggle to, like the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, for example. I really hope we get some extra bookmarks going at some point, because in EU4 and EU3, you know, there were some interesting periods where you could, like, play as the Commonwealth of England or the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, or in some of the later bookmarks there was interesting things going on in Italy. Right, so okay, we've got a bit of buff between us and the Golden Horde, that's fine. Bohemia, in most of the games I've played, Bohemia seems to become quite large and powerful, so we might have to watch out for Bohemia. Air can have better education, so I've got a lot of things to click through. Let's go for military. I never go for military. Right, we have unwed children. Right, let's get this son married. She's a bit old. I've got to have kids. This is my CK3 brain working here. My Crusader Kings brain. They've got to have kids. I've got to have kids. Right, I've got a pair of daughters. Possible rivals? Maybe select the Golden Horde as a rival. Byzantium, because it's not going to last that long anyway. Georgia, why not? Let's pick on Georgia. I don't know. Don't care about that. Children can have better education. You can also go with expensive education. Let's just go with the military education. Where we can. Possible reforms. We've got government reform. We've got diplo actions. Current research. And we'll get the first four selected. Truces are expiring. Underage, don't care. Unprofitable buildings. Cultural capacity limit. Right, we have a lot of accepted cultures. Interesting. AGC, see you later. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, right, so let's take a look at what we have. Autocracy, crown power. We've got fairly powerful noble estates. Oh, I don't like that one necessarily. It would cost quite a lot to get rid of it. Okay. Some of the estate privileges are fine. Some of the estate privileges that you want, and occasionally there are estate privileges that you don't want them to have. Enables German migration events. Okay. It's a thing that can happen. So we're currently trending towards decentralization, which we would like to get that reversed. Innovative is also nice. Spiritualist versus humanist, I'm not too fussed about. Aristocracy, that's fine. Serfdom is not terrible. Free subjects, basically, like if you're going for trade and money and all that kind of thing, you kind of want free subjects, I think, because if nothing else, you've got the prosperity and the pot promotion going on. Conciliatory, we're currently not going either way on that, so we're a little bit conciliatory, which is fine. I'm not intending on being like massively belligerent or anything. Defensive rather than offensive, again, that's fine. Land Rover Naval, which is we could have access to the sea if we wanted to, but that's fine. Traditional economy versus capital. We would like to trend towards capital economy eventually, but that's quite a long-term goal. And then we're swinging towards communalism. Okay. So economy. Actually, let's sort the. What we do? Oh God! The what now? I mean, Hungarian is a difficult language at the best of times, but that's. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. We're just going to call that the Parliament. Goodness sake! Right. So cabinet actions. Probably stability. Stabilize country, and then we will. What would be useful? Pop growth is fine. Do we have like particularly low control anywhere? There is undoubtedly a. No, I want control. Province control. Control. There we go. It's. The key is representing control. So we have high control around the capital, pretty low control elsewhere. So road building can help with that, or will help with that, but road building is also a bit on the expensive side. So we could try and start promoting control around Pesh, for instance. We could build legitimacy, although that currently is positive anyway. Maybe just development for the time being. So average development. Oh, we can't actually. Okay, so that's why that's highlighted. We can't actually send them there. So let's develop the capital province. That's fine, and then we can actually appoint some cabinet members. Right, you're excellent. Right, we'll get someone in from the crown. Estate, that's fine, and the burghers are not too happy, so if we appoint someone from the burghers' estate, that might help a little bit. They're also not completely horrible stat-wise for that particular agenda. Laws, let's see what we've got. Don't think there's anything particularly egregious. Or anything completely wacky there. No, that's fine. Right, let's take a look at markets. We do have our own market, that's fine. A little bit of market attraction, trade capacity. Now this is what do we... Is there anything that we need, or do we just... Oh, we might just automate that for the time being. And if it becomes obvious that we need some particular something, we can adjust that as needed. But we will automate that to start with. Right, we're not doing any minting. Or we are doing a bit of minting, but we could be doing more minting, so that's fine. So we're minting... Oh, we actually produce gold and silver as well. Okay, that's useful. That's very useful. I think we'll automate the taxes. So they will try and automatically reach equilibrium. Diplomacy, we have Bosnia as a vassal. I didn't even realise that, so that's fine. Cost of the court. That's not too bad. What is that map mode? Which one? This is just the default. Oh, actually, it does look slightly different. That's weird. When you zoomed out on the terrain map mode. But for some reason, it's very slightly... Or maybe it's just at that particular zoom level there was some slight difference. I don't know. Unless you were looking at the... Do I have lag transitioning? I did the first time I played when it was patch 1.0. And now we're at like patch 1.03 or whatever it is. It seems to be okay. Bear in mind this is all installed on an SSD. And I do have a reasonably chunky computer. I've got a 4070 Ti Super, and Samuel, I can't see. Thank you. He likes to sit in front of the screen because it knows it gets. He knows it gets his attention. I'm only playing on 1080, so I don't have a fancy 2K or 4K monitor because, to be honest, I kind of. It always has felt like overkill to me. I know some people really like having higher resolutions, and I've played on other, like I've used other people's computers that have higher resolutions, and I'm like, yeah, I could spend all that extra money for a bigger monitor, but I kind of don't feel like I need to. So anyway, right. In terms of like game settings, I think I've just basically got everything. No, that's message settings. Where's... Oh, there. So yeah, just full screen VSync, 1920 by 1080. FPS not capped, which I think I would have to turn off VSync to cap it. And then I think everything's just basically like turned up as high as it will go. And it seems to have been running absolutely fine. I think the only thing that isn't is the shadow quality actually could be higher. But yeah, everything else is just basically and there's no point using upscaling when you're playing at 1080. So yeah. And we're rendering at 100% scale, so just no trickery going on there or anything. So yeah, yeah, I'm not doing anything special. I don't know, maybe I've lucked out a bit, just my setup is working fine. Right, deploy spending. Okay, is that the thing I've seen everybody fiddling with in videos on their console commands? Right, we could invest a little bit in stability. So that goes up. Right, so that's fine. We can take out some decently sizable loans. trading we've automated. What buildings do we have? Bunch of castles. Okay, we do have some stuff that's not making money. That's fine. What do we have shortfalls of? Furniture, fruit, fur, sand, fine cloth, grains. Wait, aren't they like all the way over there? Serbia, Byzantines. Okay, Serbia's declared me a rival apparently. Okay, so that's not too bad. Furniture and fruit seem to be the main thing. Fur, I don't know if we have access to. Sand, we should be able to build some sand pits somewhere, surely. Question is where? Now this is one thing I do miss from EU4, was where you had the outliner that popped out the side that you could like build buildings from, and it would show you the best province. So, so we've got things like marble and... Okay, so these are all the RGO stuff. If I want to figure out the best province to build like a sand pit in, for example, how do I... So we don't have any sand pits, which is weird. So is this gonna... Okay, sort by profit. Right, there we go. So it doesn't show you on the map. You'll have to do it all through this menu. I quite liked doing it the EU4 way. So let's build one there to start with. And what's the other thing? Furniture. So that'll be a burgers building. Carpenter's Guild. And again in Buda. And fur is like a primary good, so fur will have to actually like import. So the max tick speed below maximize tick speed. Prioritize CPU usage when at maximum game speed instead of keeping a smooth frame rate. Okay, alright. We'll give that a go, see if that like super duper changes anything. So economically we're pretty healthy. One thing it would be good to be able to build is like hospitals. And we can't build that many, but we can build some. So these places all have available clerics. So the capital, Buda and Pest, and right, these are expensive. Build one there, and that's fine because we know the Black Death is coming, so that's okay. So Rise of the Turks is a situation that's popped up. So in requirements, so this is the Ottomans basically expanding. So that's a situation that's happening nearby that doesn't necessarily directly affect us just yet, but yeah, the Ottomans, historically, Hungary ended up being like one of the main buffer states against Ottoman expansion. The Ottomans got quite far into Europe at one point. There was a bit of a panic about it. Was it Vienna? I think they got as far as sieging Vienna. Right. Oh yeah, so we have a government reform available as well. We also have diplomatic things we could be doing. So let's take a look what's available. No, we could lean into... We could have more diplomats available and have and to lean more into conciliatory. We could get trade office network going, which would improve diplo range and trade range. Or feudal nobility, which it takes us towards traditional economy, which I don't necessarily want. Subject loyalty would go up, and the noble estate satisfaction equilibrium goes up. I'm thinking diplo for now. And yeah, we'll improve opinion with some neighbours. Bulgaria, Bosnia, let's go with them. Right. So yeah, this is version 1 official. So what was it, the tick setting? Underneath maximise FPS, is that what you were saying you don't have? Okay, so if that's, yeah. If you haven't updated, then that won't be there yet. Right, so society, let's take a quick rundown of that. We've looked at production, we've built some, we've used some of our vast pool of money to build a bunch of hospitals. We actually do start off with a couple of works of art, which is quite nice. The Holy Crown of Hungary, which gives us some nice little bonuses. That's fine. Most people are Catholic, but we have got some Orthodox Christians and some Jews. Then we can see like what provinces. To be honest, I find this breakdown to be like, I don't know. This feels like it could have been in the ledger, to be honest. We do get some useful information here, so promotion happening more than that. But like this, surely this could have been just in the ledger. That feels like it would have been more useful to have that in the ledger. The ledger. Bohemia. Oh no, I don't want Bohemia to rifle. Don't rifle me. No, Bohemia, be my friend. We're gonna improve your opinion of us, whether you like it or not. Okay, absolute rule. The state is mine to rule, so nobility of satisfaction will go down, but actually our cabinet seats go up and legislative efficiency goes up. Power of the kingdom must be shared. Let's go with historical options. So we actually, okay. We're going to go with what was apparently the historical option and get an extra cabinet seat out of it, which is quite nice. What are you going to do, extra cabinet person? Diplo endeavours, province control, assimilation, conversion. We could just stick them straight on societal change. So we want... What do we want? If we could work our way towards centralisation, I think. So we'll set that cabinet member doing that. Oh, there we go. Cabinet of Curiosities. Have a cabinet action of all 3 categories active at the same time. Okay, that's the thing. Oh, we actually didn't set the cabinet member. We set the cabinet task. We didn't set the cabinet member. That's fine. Research is not like amazing, but that's something we can try and speed up over time. That's fine. think we're okay to go on speed 3. So we're just kind of trying to prepare ourselves a bit for Grand Principality of Halych and Volhynia. We're just trying to prepare ourselves a bit for the inevitable Black Death. But I don't know if we want to necessarily build more hospitals just yet. Let's hang on to some cash. Right, the Congress of Visegrad of 1337. So this is our relationship with Poland. So we can solidify diplomatic ties with Poland, stipulating that should the King of Poland and the King of Hungary pass away without male heir, their one would inherit the lands of the other. Oh. Okay. So we make a pact with Poland. So should either die, the other will. So we would form a personal union, or let's do that. Okay, that could be interesting. So that's the kind of thing that can pop up as a a history event, but you can't do that as a dynamic event. Like you can't propose that kind of thing to another country. So there we go. So apparently we're buddies with Poland. We might even want to become allied with them, or maybe form a defensive league. Although defensive leagues are a bit annoying at the moment because the AI constantly, the moment it can vote on a law change, which is like for a defensive league, it's basically what are the conditions of people being called to war. It constantly triggers it, which is like I had this in another game, and it was just constantly every year or whatever, it would pop up saying, so and so has proposed changing the law, and they would just cycle through the different options because it was available. So I was like, okay, that's clearly not working as intended. Anyway, but this is weird though, starting off with actual manpower and actual I'm not used to this. I've picked weird little nations up until now, like Greenland and Dithmarsh, and it's okay, playing as an actual full-on whole kingdom. God, what do I do? There's so much to do. What's Poland doing at the moment? What are you up to? I see some movement going on. First crusade against Lithuania, and Poland is a part of that, I guess. So this is the Teutonic Order. And Poland is... See, there it is! Samland! Samland! Bunch of cat worshippers. Is Poland on the side of... Assault by troops. Oh, that's naval strength, not land strength. Bohemia... Which side is Poland actually on? I don't know. For anyone missing the context of me getting excited about Samland... Oh, that's Poland, okay. For me getting excited about Samland is the fact that my cat is called Sam. So obviously discovering that there is a province that starts the game as the Bishop of Samland is very exciting. I might play an entirely cheaty game with that at some point. Just spam lots of gold, and this is Iron Man. This particular game is Iron Man, but there's already a cheat mod that lets you add gold, or you can just add launch commands that let you access the console. But this particular game is Iron Man. But yeah, if you want to start as Samland, I suspect you're going to need to cheat because you start off as a vassal of the Teutons, and they don't really waste much time in trying to annex you. I had a little test game of Samland in Iron Man. It didn't last very long. I was curious to see, but Yeah. Right. County of Moravia. Okay. Why would someone choose Iron Man over the other one? To be honest, this is kind of like me looking at me playing Iron Man and trying to get like there's no big crazy mods at the moment, whereas when I was playing EU4, EU3, well, EU3 was before things like achievements, but I'd generally be playing with big overhaul mods. It's the same with the Crusader Kings series. I even now barely have any Steam achievements for either CK2 or CK3 because I'm always playing with mods. Because there's so many good mods. There's like sort of overhaul mods and total conversion mods and all kinds of mods. So because none of that is currently available, really, there's I might as well play Iron Man and get some achievements out of it. But as soon as we start to get like, I don't even know, like there's so many possibilities for modding this. EU4 had some pretty good mods. I'm sure the Anbenar team are currently getting spun up to see, at least if it's feasible to start modding EU5. And I'm sure there are other projects that, like that, just even having the extraterritorial stuff would give interesting options. Like I idly wondered, could you do something wild like there's been some attempts at space mods over the years for games like CK2 and Hearts of Iron. I don't know if CK3's ever has. And I kind of wondered how possible that would be for something like this game for the BattleTech setting. I don't know why I was particularly thinking of BattleTech, although me having watched a BattleTech video recently probably has something to do with it. But yeah, you've got all the dynastic stuff going on. You've got the extraterritorial things that could be like the various corporations or Comstar or whatever. So I don't know. And you've got all the fact that the tech works so differently as well. Like it would not really have at all worked for EU4 with how tech worked in EU4, but in EU5, absolutely it could. Okay. Oh no, I died. But I still have an air, that's fine. It's if you die without air. So, this is the Regent. And, Samuel. This cat. Sam. It was trying to eat the control knob on the bottom of one of the monitors because I have it set sideways. It's not to eat, you fool. Iron Man basically limits, like you can't save scum in Iron Man. If you exit the game, it creates a save. So basically, yeah, it's just you can't save scum. Is the main difference with Iron Man. I think it auto saves monthly. There might be a thing actually for how often it auto saves. Does it? It says number of auto saves. I'm not seeing monthly auto pause. I don't know. I'm not seeing where auto save. I don't know. Yeah, there's still, but yes, you can still absolutely save scum with the task manager. You'll see people like on subreddit or forums. They'll be like, "Oh no, my game suddenly crashed." Wink, wink. When something happens that they don't like on Iron Man. So, yeah. So basically, it's still sort of kind of possible if you really want to. It's sort of on the honour system, really. Right, so we're still for furniture. We did build... What are we currently building? We did build the Carpenters Guild, didn't we? But we... Let's see how much we're producing. So we're producing not quite one furniture, but Samuel, get down! Never work with cats. So it's not saying there's a shortage. This cat. It's not saying there's a shortage. It's sometimes a bit tricky to figure out, like, what is actually when it says, oh, we don't have enough of this. So furs is still the biggest thing, but we do have an imbalance. Okay, so we could build like 10 levels of furniture. Okay. And we would just about meet that balance. So we could invest some more into the Carpenters Guild. So let's build another one there, and then do we spread the rest around? Is there any like scale advantage? Is it like Victoria 3? Do you get advantages of scale? I don't think you do. This is probably... Do I just build it all here? Because it's going to be working at basically maximum efficiency. Or does it not matter? I mean, we've got loads of peasants that can promote to labourers. Okay, so we'll bring it up to 5 levels of carpentry. Okay. And there's other things like fine cloth, which we can, like, build tailors' guilds, for example. We can build one over the river in Pest. This is Vulcan, I think. Yeah, Vulcan. I'm running on this on Vulcan. Right, I'm just going to check if this cat wants, like, food or something, and I also need to get myself some water. So I'll be right back. Are you starving to death? Is this the problem? Are you starving? It's very difficult being a cat, you know. Very, very difficult. Sometimes those humans, they just don't pay you enough attention. Right, I was going to see... I can improve opinion with Poland quite a lot, so we'll do that. If I absolutely wanted to, I could do a bit of expansion, but I'm not feeling like I want to be particularly belligerent, and Hungary is already quite a big nation. So clay pit, missing employees, that's fine. Pops will promote. So we're now producing more. Enough clay? Is that enough clay? So that takes me to the markets thing for clay specifically, which I don't necessarily want. I want to see how much clay there is. I mean, it does seem to be that we're stockpiling it, so that's fine. We could... Well, we could have actually, like, we spent a bunch of cash on on building hospitals, which is fine, but we could also have spent some on building a royal court, which would have been nice. I've never had a royal court, and it gives us more crown power. But probably hospitals was the better thing. Because, you know, the Black Death is coming. And it's rather nasty. So I think we're still... I think we've built all the hospitals already, which is fine. And then we're just expanding things like the Tailors Guild and whatnot. So what else? So yeah, let's just keep figuring out what we've got deficits of. So fine cloth. Once that's built, we'll get some fine cloth. Furniture, we're taking care of that. Grains. RGOs. Advisor, do you mean the cabinets? So basically, each of the tasks is going to be either based on the Diplo value, the admin value, or the military value. And depending on what tasks you want, I think it's easier to choose the task and then choose the advisor. Because if you choose a task, it will then select the advisor that's best suited. But there are other considerations. So, for instance, if you have, say, 2 clergy members of the cabinet, if a parliament is called, it then becomes easier to pass certain things based on, like, you know, if the clergy wants certain things to happen, it becomes a lot easier to get those passed, and that then means that you can, like, request additional taxes or change a law or whatever. So it's not just necessarily who is the most effective for the role, but also what estates they belong to as well. Are you sure you don't have any map mods? I really don't. This is pure vanilla. It's just with everything turned up to maximum. So, burghers are unhappy. We can lose estate satisfaction, or we can lose a little bit of prestige. We'll lose a little bit of prestige there. Right, so can we import fur? What are we currently... So we're making a little bit from trade income. That's working okay. Oh, smallpox. Okay, that's fine. Prosperity decreases by 30% and we'll get some smallpox deaths, but I thought the big event was kicking off already, but not yet. We could maybe trim our Diplo spending a little. Moving down to +10. So, yeah, goods. So, fur we could do with... if I take over some manual trade capacity and say, I want fur. And we can get some fur from Kiev. And was that not... There we go. Right, so I don't know why it didn't auto trade lock that. That's weird. Oh, is it because the actual amount trade capacity it uses was greater than the... I don't know, but anyway, so we're importing some fur now, that's fine. It'd be great if we could, like, export... Apparently we have a lot of unprofitable glass buildings. So if we could export some glass, that would be useful, but... it would be nice, and this is another area where it's all very opaque. Market automation is potentially a very useful tool, even partially automating a market, but there is absolutely no control over it whatsoever. You don't get to say, I want you to prioritize like even just based on these categories, you don't get to say, I want to prioritize imports for profit, exports for profit, food imports, population needs. You don't get to set any of that. That absolutely should be a thing. If you're going to give us the ability to automate, because not everyone wants to sit and micromanage a market, and unless you have like serious deficiencies for something that you can't produce yourself, like for instance furs, I think for the most part it's going to be fine to leave the market alone to do its own thing and just make some money for you. So I don't know. I feel like this could be a lot more than it is. It could be a lot more accessible than it is. It's weird. I don't know what settings you've got. How do I even... Sir Bagain? That makes it look radically different from what I've got, but yeah. This is just, you know... This is just the graphics turn up as high as they'll go. And I said this the first stream, but honestly I still think Victoria 3 looks better. So I'm not making quite as much money because I took away some trade capacity, but that's fine. We are spending some on food. How... interesting, okay. I guess some provinces aren't making quite as much food as they could. I wonder if I can like build some... Can I build some trade buildings in Venice maybe? Trade office. So I would need to increase their opinion, but I could indeed build some trade offices. So that might be a thing we put some diplomats towards. Denmark wants a royal marriage. Gives us some prestige, yes. Okay, we don't know why it's saying we had trade capacity left over. We are mostly exporting. So we've got things like silver and gems, which are very highly in demand. It's also automatically, even though I've already got a manual trade for fur, it's also automatically bringing in even more fur, which is okay. But the fact that we are exporting a bunch of stuff is nice. It's very good for the economy. Or for the amount of money we're getting anyway. In so much as one could say there is an economy. Right, so the equilibriums, we've got a lot of red numbers up here, but the actual equilibrium levels are absolutely fine so far. So I think this is all going reasonably well. If we could get some more works of art going, that might be nice. We'd maybe get some, get our like baseline of prestige to be up a little bit higher. We are slightly down on diplomats. Why are we slightly down on diplomats? I did trim our Diplo spending, it's true. I guess because we're improving opinion with so many people. Which sometimes uses up diplomats and other times doesn't. And then of course that's separate from diplomatic capacity, which currently we have loads of. And like even having a vassal isn't taking that much any of it. It's, oh, we're already allied with Poland, okay. So yeah. So that's fine. Well, I will say, unlike the unlike what was happening with the Isles, this feels positively stable and boring. Oh, this one's always nice. So we can either get estate satisfaction, which we don't desperately need, or we can actually get a little bump of like you get more estate satisfaction for that, but you can also just get a little research bump, so that's quite nice. So we've got institution growth plus 20% is about to hit, and then universal Christianity is also quite useful. What do we want to... cost of purchasing food, let's take that as our next one in the queue. Right, this is a cabinet member, so he's been spending large amounts of money. Okay, so he's been funneling state funds to Pest in order to boost his popularity. So we can turn a blind eye and actually get half a point of development, or we can arrest him and get some legitimacy. Our legitimacy is ticking upwards, but I see no reason not to have more legitimacy. So we're going to end up with a cleric. Right, so we can call a parliament. Oh, this is the first time I've ever called a parliament where I have multiple potential... So, depending on where you call a parliament, you can either encourage centralisation or end up with decentralisation, which is a nice little feature. So if you particularly want to be decentralised and you have a large enough country, that is one way you can sort of continuously do it. So, because of the, I think the relative strength of, I think this is how it works, like the relative strength of the estates and whether they have someone in cabinet or not. So they don't actually have anyone in cabinet. And we do have, so we've got a clergyman in the cabinet, and we've got someone from the Commons in the cabinet, or someone from the Burghers rather. So, like these things have a little bit of backing. This entirely seems to be down to the strength of their, like the estate and the fact that they are backing it. So we could just get some free opinion, increase ties to subject, would increase loyalty, but we might well have to give away things. So our base, like if I go to, where is it? Cabinet, is it cabinet efficiency laws? Somewhere that tells you like your base support. There we go, 7. So we've got very low base support at the moment. So if we pick something that is like 0%, it'll actually be 7%. If we pick something at 7%, it'll actually be like 14%. So we could go for a cathedral. Cathedrals are nice. Cathedrals give max literacy for that particular location, which will give a small bump to research progress, but it's still going to be there. Also migration attraction. It does cost us money, but I think it costs us less than building it ourselves. What else have we got? Promote state religion. Increases the clergy equilibrium a bit, which is already pretty decent. Market expansion. Trade maintenance goes down, and we get rush of merchants for 10 years, which means the burghers' trade capacity goes up, because the different estates can also trade on the market themselves, for which for the burghers isn't very much at the moment. And if they're wealthy enough, the different estates can build their own buildings as well. Army exercises gives us 10 army tradition. We can get a new character, or we can get the bolstered crown authority. Oh, that's why I was getting confused before. You get the legitimacy while the thing is being debated, but then afterwards you get the bolstered crown authority, which actually just gives you a percentage modifier. Okay. For some reason I thought it was that flat +1 the entire time. Let's go with the army tradition. That seems like an easy pass. And I don't think... I mean, we could get more taxes. We could try and get a law changed. I don't know if we want to at the moment. Like, we could export precious metals, for example. Which would give us trade efficiency. We could go for unlimited exports. And everybody would try and get precious metals from our market, basically. And actually increases the output as well. Gives us trade advantage. And then export bans means higher income from minting. So basically, you either have higher income from minting, or you can get more income from trade. We are getting a fair whack of money from minting, so I think I might leave that be. I don't know what else we want to... Things we might want to change, like Court of Culture, maybe? Censorship. Going to no censorship can give you... I mean, that one might be handy. Clergy estate equilibrium goes down 5%, but, you know, you've got innovative humanist and individualism. Plus, it's going to help... That one actually might be kind of useful for Hungary. So we're going to click that, which is going to tank the Parliament support. Is it worth getting it back, or do we just take the prestige hit of it not passing? We may just take the prestige hit. We'd have to give quite a lot of concessions away to get it back up to being anything close. Right, and it's now down to like a 0.04. Okay, yeah, sometimes you pick things and it's like you're not actually interested in it. You're interested in the parliamentary support, which lets you change a law. So we can... Oh, so yeah, this is just an event that... We can lose a bunch of cash, or we can lose more another 5% support. I think we can lose the support rather than lose the cash. Yeah, so that will take us going in various directions. And also, we have some Orthodox rebels, some dissatisfied Orthodox population, and I mean, we've got about... Is that... Okay, so we have about 500 million Orthodox population, so... oh, we lost 10 prestige. Okay, never mind. Yeah, actually, like, increasing our tolerance seems like it would be a good thing. So let's do that. We were also going to increase opinions with Venezia, so we can actually build some trading whatsits there, so that's fine. Right. Oh, this is the problem with being, you know, a bigger, wealthier nation. All this stuff is scaled up. So, yeah, we can... I think we're going to go with the option that doesn't cost us 78 gold. Make the Catholic population of that one particular province just a bit more unhappy. Right, so how's the market doing? We were importing furs. We still need more furs. That's fine. Fine cloth. We could do with another couple. So we're only producing 0.67, so some more levels of tailors would be useful. Also insanely profitable because it's in such high demand, so let's build 2 levels of that. That's not too expensive. So we've got this event. What this is... grant only nobility as leaders. So that affects equilibrium of the other estates a bit. They will get estate satisfaction, or they can lose estate satisfaction, and yeah, that's now ticking upwards, but we might have to like bribe them. That is an option. You can just straight up bribe them. I don't know if we can afford. Oh my goodness. Okay, bribing is quite expensive. Wowee, nearly 500. Okay. Invite German settlers. So this was a thing that we saw could happen. This is a unique event. Due to plague and war. What plague? What war? We can have quite a lot of German settlers actually. We can spend, okay, that's more than we've got. Okay, so is that something that's part of the commoner's estate then? Hunting permits, communal land, invite country settlers. Yes. So that's the, oh yeah, so we did look at that. So that's the thing that enables the migration event. So we'll welcome them because that doesn't bankrupt us. It doesn't put us into negative monies. Right, so the estate's actually... Who's building that? I can see that it's being built by an estate, but are you going to tell me which estate? I don't know. I don't know which estate is building the granary. Maybe I actually have to look. It will be... Where's the granary? Oh, hospital. Why's the hospital flag? Right, well, we need books. We don't have enough books in the market for the hospitals to be working at full effectiveness. Granary, here we go. Who's building levels of granary? I don't know. Fortification expert. Oh, that's quite nice. Food fortifications for 30 years. Very nice. Right, we need bookbinders apparently. Oh, Age of Renaissance was hit us. That's quite nice. Do we not? Carpenters, stomach. I'm not seeing book. Oh no, it's scriptorums, isn't it? It's a cleric thing. Right, it wouldn't be very profitable. Cost us 35, so we'll maybe not build that just now. Dyes, paper and lumber, so we're fine for basically all those things. So once we have a bit more leeway, we can build a scriptorum and get some books into the market. So, what do we want to go for? Possibly Diplo focus? Let's go for Diplo focus. Children can have better education. Okay, this is okay. The king came of age. That's fine. Oh, right, a bunch of things happening. Right. We'll go for Diplo focus. We'll get people going with the Diplo education. Okay, it's not actually bringing up the characters, but never mind. Right, so, okay. 68, 64, 63. That's pretty good. We can arrange a marriage. Now, can we get a marriage with, say, Poland? We could get Poland. We could get Upper Bavaria. Brabant. I think Poland's our best bet. That's fine. Strengthen the ties between Hungary and Poland. So the gold of Hungary. So he okay, we were just looking at this. He upheld a ban on gold and silver exports, reserving access to those precious metals for a select few. So they would like me to. This is basically a free law change, so we can renew the ban. And the nobility and the burghers both don't like that because minting makes me money, but it doesn't make them money, and they want money. Or we could say the ban is no more, and it would go to unlimited exports, and that would actually... We'll go with that. We'll go with the ban is no more. We'll go with the historical option, which will, I think, increase like trade, and that's the Renaissance institution appearing. Okay. Right, do I need to... No, okay, it's gone back up. I don't know why it dipped into the red for a bit there. And there's banking, and we're actually quite close to Venice, so banking shouldn't take too long. So research guilds, max literacy for burghers has gone up. I don't know what to go for. Let's go for Roman Orthodoxy next on the list. King of Aragon's been excommunicated. Stability investment, let's go for that as well. A little bit ticking up. Right, so we're finishing building the Tailor's Guild. That's fine. We're actually up to a decent amount where we could maybe build a scriptorum, which I don't think we have a huge need for books, but it will increase. So, one of Hungary's most powerful families. Oh, having just spent money. I kind of don't have the money to give you. I just spent it, so that's fine. We have a lot of unproductive tanneries, apparently. We're overproducing leather. Okay, so we still need fur. We just need all of the fur, apparently. And there's professional armies appearing. Right, we've put some more manual capacity into fur. Wow, our income is... Is that the trade income that's shot up? I don't know. Our income is... Woof! I don't understand why our income just went up quite so much, unless that is the gold and silver law that's just kind of like kicking in. What buildings? RGOs. Where's the RGO builder thingy? There's a button for it somewhere and I've forgotten where it is. Build RGO. Right, I kind of want to... Right, wherever we're producing gold and silver, I presume are going to be RGOs. So I'll maybe put a bit of money into more gold, more silver. Get more people working on gold and silver extraction. Well, that seems like someone that we can ban. Right, so yes, more gold, more silver. That can't possibly go wrong. Oh yeah, you can see, look, this is why it's trade income is like... Because I learned this the other way, like trying to get gold and silver from other markets is like you need to be dominant in a market to even remotely have a chance. So everyone's after our gold and silver basically. Talking of markets, how are we with Venice? We are currently at 34, so we're not yet at a stage where we can build trade offices. Okay, so this is another historical event. The Neapolitan Prince Consort. He's a member of our royal family. Okay. He wants us to intercede. He's fed up with being a Prince Consort and he wants power. And the historical option would be we can get the Pope to interfere with the... So who's currently in charge of Naples? Country panel. Queen Giovanna Angio. Who's actually apparently a second cousin. Or we can say we will not meddle in the affairs of Naples. And let's go for that. And that makes the nobles real unhappy. Province. Influenza and smallpox. Okay, this is why we're suddenly getting the depopulation message. The following members will leave the Hungarian, Croatian. Okay, all right. We actually. I didn't even realise we were. Leading, was it a personal union? I bet there's a map mode to show all that kind of stuff. Dynasty, yeah, so Anjou, okay. Angio, Anjou, you can see the... Okay, so, so Bosnia is a vassal and they're just like in a... So it doesn't necessarily even tell you. Hungarian Creation Union with... Oh, okay. So that's fine. Croatia becomes sort of independent. I wonder if there'll be some event that pops up to do with that. Order of St. George. So this is a thing that you can join as another, like, I mean, we did this in the previous thing where I had my my Jarl of the Isles become a member of the Order of St. George. So if we maintain it, it's extremely expensive because we are sort of like the seat of it, or we could dissolve the Order of St. George. I think we'll maintain it. The prestige, Order of Chivalry Law, interesting. We get a... We enact Order of St. George in... Okay, so having it does have benefits, nobles levy size, and it being a chivalric order that nobles of other countries can join. So we'll go with that, but it is going to put us in a situation of needing a loan which will be paid back. But that's okay. So that has put us in debt to the tune of 144, but it's not going to take that long to pay back. Unpressed Cassius Belli. Princedom of... I don't even know where that is. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to pick that fight? Are you sure? They're a vassal of... What was it? They're a vassal of Kingdom of Bohemia. So if I'm like, I'm going to declare war, does Bohemia come in on that? Insulted us, show superiority. Does that change things at all? I don't really want to go to war with Bohemia, to be honest, just because some piddly little pissant prince decided that they were going to say that the king has a big nose or something. I don't know. Oh my goodness, another fortification expert. Does that stack up with the previous one? How does that work? I don't know. Oh, we should probably be building some sergeantries, actually. We've got lots of levies. We can recruit... I don't think we've got any... like, actual... So that's the regulars, that's the amount of regulars we could call up if we had the cash. But we don't have any at the moment. Okay. Okay, alright. So if we just want to have a nice big pile of cash, basically. You can never go wrong with having a nice big pile of cash. Right, so we can have another Parliament, underage heir, we don't care about that just now. RGOs, unhappy estates. We could expand the marketplace, which I think actually gives us like literally one whole trade capacity. So Burger's trade capacity, trade advantage goes up, so increasing the size of the marketplace probably not a bad idea. That costs 33, we'll do that. I think the RGO expansion has happened, so that's obviously going to be good for us. And we've also got a parliament we can build. Iron mines, mercury mines, gem mines. This is just free expansion of RGOs if we do that one. Fund farming estates. Wine farm, wheat and livestock will increase. That one might be quite good. Forest exploitation, more lumber. Increased ties. Let's go with fund farming estates. It's got plenty of support and it should pass. And hopefully we won't have to... okay, so that's just going to pass. Unless we get some events that set that on a downward path. Right, so Toldi Miklosh, I might be pronouncing that horribly wrong. It's a promising soldier whose potential on the battlefields is yet to be exploited. Okay, so we can get this guy as a cabinet member, or we can get him as the military man. I'll go for a cabinet member actually. We'll take the historic option. And oh my goodness, everything's coming up. Right. I'm not seeing there is a cabinet option. Maybe it just hasn't added yet. Covenant, hello! Right, this is all the things happening at once. It's because we're going on quite a high speed. Right, Bohemia. Okay, so these are all the improvements with relation improvements. So we have Hungarian jousting tournament. So we can have a grand tournament, which basically we pick who we want to favour as the winner. We'll gain an additional prestige. Let's go with that guy. He seems to have... I don't know if their actual like stats have any kind of bearing, but that guy had a way higher military stats, so I don't know. Maybe he's more likely to win. And a town has demanded a seat in the parliament. One urban parliament seat. Yes, okay. And okay, I forgot who I... There's actually a bunch of possible outcomes there. Okay, so he gained 15 military ability. we're also definitely going to... Oh, okay. The Bank of Bardi bought out one of our loans. So I've never had that happen to me as a country, but yeah, that's the thing that can happen. So I don't know how you do this, but you can get them to become your state bank. I don't know if you just have to like really make nice with them. But I don't know. You'd have to like give them lots of super bribes. You can ally with banks. It's a bit weird. You can have like bank civil wars and neither side can raise troops and it's all very weird. I don't know. Anyway, Burger's request on a trade center sponsorship. Yes. Go for that. The noble's really getting kind of unhappy with me at this point. It's fine. What can possibly go wrong? So there we go. Farming estates. So livestock, wheat and wine. It's absolutely to our benefit. Order of Chivalry is about to pop. That's about to finish. And children can have better education. I want to select this child. Why are you? I don't know why it won't let me select the child from the drop down, even though those are apparently all the affected children. Right, balanced education, Diplo, why not? Right, Venice, where are you at? 61. So we could form a defensive league with, like, I don't know who would go for a defensive league. Wallachia and Bulgaria. They quite like us. Who? Bohemia would actually agree to be in a defensive league with us. Poland we're already allied to, so it would be a bit pointless. Can we see? Like, Bulgaria seems like they would probably end up having more troops. Maybe let's try... Like, this might be entirely unnecessary. Oh, I'll tell you what we could do, actually. We could invite an artist. There we go. It doesn't auto-filter for, like, will accept, which is a bit weird. You'd think that would be a default filter, but it's not. Let's invite somebody. Let's invite somebody from Wales. Why not? So Walter Dilks. Yes, invite the artists. We've invited an English guy that was living in Wales to come to Hungary and do art things. Albania offers us marriage between... Yep, sure. Invite an artist. Apparently that's a thing not many people have done. Uh-oh, Black Death. Oh, it's literally... Is it a platypus? I'm just looking at the icon. It's Bob Ross, but as like a platypus for some reason. Anyway, the Black Death is coming. The Black Death? Anyone? Black Death? We could probably build another hospital. 133. I don't know which is the more populous. 22. No, that's a lake. That one seems to be the most populous remaining one that doesn't have a... Oh, it also says right there. So we'll get one more hospital building. We're also procuring remedies. Construction speed seems kind of relevant right now. RGO size. Embrace institution cost minus 10%. Go for that. And improve relations 10%. We'll queue up those. Right, so that's just measles, that's fine. The Black Death, on the other hand, the Black Death is coming. And it's not going to be nice. So we are at currently 3.67 million. It's not going to be 3.67 million by the time we're done. Inflation's rising. Interesting. I need to curtail minting slightly, apparently. Okay. Poland is at max thingamy, max reputation, max... What's the word I'm looking for? Opinion, there we go. It is kind of late and I've been doing this for several hours, so... the burgers want trade monopolies. To be honest, I've kind of pissed in the nobility's cornflakes enough that I think we're going to leave that as is for the time being. I'm not trying to start a noble civil war, honestly, I'm not. That's up to 70%. Do what we want to do. Okay, dunno. Serbia? Wait, does Serbia have... Serbia has a bit of Italy for some reason. I don't know. Serbia doesn't like me all that much. Right, lost 7 stability. Well, that's... It's fine. Oh, it's because they're travelling between our country and some other country. That's why it keeps appearing and disappearing. Right, so Black Death. Black Death is happening. Let's go down to speed 3. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, no. There it is. I don't know how much effect things like hospitals have. I mean, disease resistance 10%, fine, but it's the Black Death, so... Is there a total, like, can I see the province total disease resistance somewhere? Disease resistance is in the location. 24%. Okay, so we have 24% resistance. And presumably in somewhere that doesn't have a hospital it's going to be worse. That's only 13%, so it's like doubles the resistance almost. Yeah, so locations depleting. Yeah, I'll bet they are. Oh. The fact that you can mouse over that is nice, but then it gives a big pop-up which obscures so much of the screen. It's like, well, now I can't actually see the map overlay, so it's like, what's the point of it? You might as well just switch to the actual overlay. The temporary insanity of, oh, I don't like that. Is this some historical thing? Or is this just a random event? Temporary crisis of insanity. Military. So basically, oh, you can affect which of his skills is most reduced, so we'll go with military, I guess. I'm sure it'll be fine. As long as he doesn't catch the Black Death. Right, I do wonder if it's time to check goods again. Could still do with more furniture. So let's build say another 3. That's fine. Do we have any? Oh, we have, like, not a lot of grain producing regions. Okay. Sturdy grains! Right, it's fine. And yes, unsurprisingly, gold is quite in demand. Oh, right, goods. No, wait, we want the... Was it there? Is it markets? Oh, I've lost my place. It's late and I've been doing this for hours. Right, there we go. I don't... Oh, we do have fur RGOs. We're just not producing a lot. Right, let's expand the fur RGOs. I was thinking, oh, we don't have anywhere producing furs. No, it turns out we do. Okay, everyone's a risk. They want to form and retain part of their militias to protect their estates and safety. I think we're going to have to give that to them. Right. How... Okay, we've already lost 250,000 people. Move court into hiding might actually be a good idea. Oh. Game, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? I'm not scrolling right now, it's doing it itself. That's weird. Don't do that. Control the food market. We can gain stability. Organising mass church services. Yeah, getting people to get together seems like a real good idea. I don't think we want to do anything else just now. Over 500,000 now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being over 1 million. Historically, I think it was it Poland, or there was somewhere which was way less affected by the Black Death because there was much more of a tradition of, like, people bathing more regularly. And so people were just a little bit, you know, sort of generally cleaner. And that was enough to lessen the impact of... But I guess that's not really modelled. I don't know. Hazy Files! Where is your... I'm guessing you mean somewhere in Hungary. I won't ask you to dox yourself. Yes, we're playing as Hungary. And I am vaguely muddling my way through a game. Although this is the first proper nation I've played as. I spent the first 2 hours of the stream playing as the Lord of the Isles very badly. It did not go well. Oh, okay. Croatia proposed that Hungarian Creation Union enact a policy for the Union. Okay, so... So this is a union of crowns at the moment, and we can vote on... Okay. I didn't even realise this. I should have checked the organisation things. It might have been Hungary, actually, yeah. But it doesn't, yeah, like I said, it doesn't seem to be a thing in the game. Right, so we can enable senior partner, junior partner, specials. But they'll have a independence casus belli. And a casus belli to be the senior partner. Or we can vote to maintain federal status. Let's just go for that. I mean, it apparently dissolves after the king dies anyway, so... unless we can... I don't know. Subject actions? I can ask to become a fiefdom of Croatia. Okay. Economy actions... I don't know, I was wondering if there'd be some kind of like dynastic actions going on, but... don't know. Anyway, right, I'm medical professionals in... okay, so they want to have access to corpses, basically. So we can either be sort of going towards a bit towards innovation or traditionalist and spiritualist. Well, let's go with grant them access. Yes, Hungary is not nearly as big as it once was. But the creation of Austria-Hungary and then the First World War and all that jazz, you know. Some things happened between 1348 and 1918. Just one or two things. Country deaths. Over 1 million people have died. It's fine. It's fine. We'll recover eventually. It's also halved our income just about, but yeah, the fact that we are sitting on these gold and silver producing regions is so very useful. I didn't even realise that when I picked Hungary. How have I been? I have been fine, kind of. A big part of not streaming on YouTube was work over the summer, and then I kind of had to kick myself out of the habit of not doing it, if that makes any sense. And EU5 was a good excuse to do that. Also, I mean, the reason why I'm still streaming and it's quite late, in fact, what even time is it? 1 AM here. I'm doing night cleaning shifts once or twice a week now as well, as a way of keeping up my number of shifts. So, yeah, at least once or twice a week I'm essentially having to turn my sleep schedule a bit topsy-turvy on purpose. Not that that doesn't happen sometimes as well, regardless, but, you know, doing it on purpose is slightly different. What am I cleaning? The kitchen where I work, basically, it's doing all the nooks and crannies that you can't do during the day because, you know, people are trying to cook food. So things like the overhead extractor canopies and all the various little weird corners and the bits behind the various counters and things like the underside of various shelves. Yeah. It's quite gross, especially the canopies sometimes, because you end up with grease in your hair because you're literally brushing against the top of the canopy and it's impossible to avoid. So essentially, yeah, doing, because it gets cleaned like literally twice a day anyway, but it's like the focus is on all the working surfaces essentially. So it's all the corners and the bits that don't get cleaned normally. Like, you know, the outside of the canopy, for example, has built up a fine patina of grease in places. Oh yeah, right. I was glancing at something and having thoughts there. Venice, we're almost at 100 with Venice, so we can almost increase our trade advantage in Venice and maybe make some more money from the Venice market as well, which is quite nice. Right, unhappiness with the burghers. We can just lose a bit of prestige. I don't care about that. That's fine. Depopulated. Yes, I know we're depopulating because the friggin' Black Death is happening. 1.5 million. Ay, 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 ay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Right, there we go. Venice. We can build quite a lot of levels of trade office, but we're not going to go completely nuts. We'll do 2 to start with. They're relatively expensive. But it does increase our trade power in the Venice node because we are not just trading in our own node. We're also trading on the Venice market as well. So that's not a bad thing to invest in. Oh, Orthodox Zealots, interesting. Okay, that isn't exactly a huge number of people. What's our, where is it? Society, culture, there we go. So anyone that's not accepted is like, it has to be at least 1% for you to be able to accept it. So there's a whole bunch of people that are well below that. It is kind of satisfying when you've managed to grind through a particularly grubby bit of whatever, and it's all nice and clean afterwards. Right, the Guelphs and Ghibellines, or however you pronounce that, situation's kicked off in Italy. I wonder how the 100-Year War is going. Kind of, I think it only shows the situations for which you are relatively close by. Scriptorum spreads heresy. We can lose a bit of stability, or we can lose a bit of religious influence. Stop the spread at any cost. Okay, sure. Right, it seems to be dying out. It still had a fairly hefty impact on us, though. So I do wonder, yeah, like we have a severe deficit of burgers in the capital now, for example. We seem to be doing okay, though. Right, we can appease the masses, or we can say no, don't pick on people, which will lower pop satisfaction temporarily, but we gain a little bit of legitimacy, which I think was at 100% anyway. So we're going to not scapegoat people. Right, we'll let a bit more cash build up. I'm tempted to spend some of this, but our income has dropped so much after... where are we? Balance has dropped so much after the Black Death. Like, trade income is way down. We're also still paying interest on this loan, actually. Which we could pay off. Yeah, that definitely helped a bit. I don't think we need to do anything else right now necessarily. Still depopulating. I would like to see all these arrows and things, but it takes up such a this bit here takes up such a huge chunk of the screen. Right, okay, so we went with that. The estates were all a bit unhappy because presumably they wanted us to be like boss dog instead of an equal partner, but they'll just have to suck it up. So we were at like 1.7 million and we're now down to... I think we were within spitting distance of 1.7 and we're now down to about 3.7 and we're now down to about just over 2, so... Yeah. But it's slowing down and the population can start growing again. I think I'll give it about another 15 minutes and then call the stream there just because it's been 4 hours. And we have passed the traumatic event that is the Black Death. And we've also improved the country a little bit along the way, which is quite nice. But it's obviously going to take some time to regrow. Oh, interesting. Dissenting academies, so we can get some research progress. Or lose a bit of research progress. Let's get the research. If I can get towards innovation, I think that might be quite nice. Get away from traditionalists and towards innovation. I'll actually maybe redeploy this cabinet member. Pop growth and yeah, let's go recovery effort on the capital. Oh no, apparently we can't. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's provinces that have got lots of negative prosperity modifiers. Right, that one has got a town in it and looks pretty beat up, so let's send them there. We can also invite German settlers. I think we want that right now. For the next 2 years. A wave of German settlers. Yes, please. Although they might bring more plague with them, I don't know. Oh, we also have a little bit of typhus as a treat. Right, we can procure remedies. I guess we've automatically come, like the cabinet, the royal family's automatically come out of hiding as it's passed. So we're still depopulating a little bit. Oh no. No, 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 we're not doing this again, are we? So this is... Okay, I thought this was going to be fine, but apparently, no, this is what I was talking about earlier, where you have these... Like, when you have a defensive alliance, or no, defensive pact or whatever, anything that has policies or laws that can be voted on, the AI is just like, okay, this can be voted on again now, I'm going to vote on it. And they'll just continually flip positions. What happens if I just decide not to vote? I'll just ignore it. And let them take the consequences of whatever happens. Oh, right, you were... Okay, apparently you've done the recovery thing already. Oh, I've already got someone stabilising. Let's get you going for innovative then. Because we do want to try and wiggle our way towards that. Oh, yeah, also, right. Foreign trade competition rises. So we can impose a tariff, which would take us towards traditional economy. We can say there will be no new tariffs. Which seems fine to me. Yeah, this must be a bug, this. The fact that if there's a resolution for any kind of union or organisations that we're members of. So in this case only two, but if I proposed a defensive league with any of my neighbours, they would do the exact same thing. They continuously, the moment it becomes available, they will bring up the vote resolution thing, and it's so annoying. It's so very, very... Just go away! Stop pestering me. Right, so our income has recovered a bit. Although not so much the trade income. What are we still most deficient in? Right, oh yeah, no, we'd want to look at the Pest market, not the Venetian market. Right, so fur. We've vastly decreased the deficiencies. We still need more fur RGOs apparently. Although they're looking a bit depopulated at the moment. I wonder why. We'll build one there. That seems the least worst off. And unsurprisingly, there is a demand for gold. But I think we're going to need... Some of it will recover just as population recovers and the workers... we get more workers going back in. Right, the University of Pesh. Finance the construction. A university for 30? Absolutely. I'd be nuts to not do that. So that's popped up down here. And does that... Did we already have a university? I've had... Because I know in other countries, having gone from not having university to having university, suddenly makes a new law available. But I don't know if that's... Maybe we already had a university somewhere. I do wonder if we should give the mining operations to the burghers at some point. Might be useful. Right, so we could also... I mean, we can build... Oh, okay, Venice obviously got hit real hard. They have a huge deficit of burghers, so there's no burghers to work in the trade office there at the moment. But I'm wondering, maybe... Dubrovnik, Ragusa, is that part of the... What market are you part of? No, that's its own market, okay. Don't think we have any presence in that market at all. No, just Pest and Venice. So we're basically looking for like other towns or cities where we could build trade offices, which just requires... So let's prove opinion in Rimini and Pizarro. And Kona. Be nice if you could see at a glance what market it's. Okay, you can. It's just you need to scroll down. I forgot that. Okay. So basically, we're just going to build a few more trade offices, which gives our burgers a bit more trade advantage. That explains why we didn't have any anything happening in the Venice market, because there's literally nobody working in the trade office. That would explain that. Okay, local constructions in Zagreb. It confused me the first time I saw the estate building, so I was like, wait, what is this building? I can't build this building. Why is this building being built? Poland has called me to war. Okay. This is the uprising of Greater Poland. Who is the uprising of Greater Poland? It looks like it's some kind of noble uprising. I don't know. Anyway, right, so we'll have a little taste of war then. Gosh, our levies have crashed. Raise all levies. Which does have an effect. Unsurprisingly. And recruit regulars, camp followers. What do camp followers do? They provide logistics. I wonder if we should recruit some camp followers. Oh, we need a sergeantry. Right, we basically need to build a sergeantry. So I'm going to spend a little bit of money on building a sergeantry. So at the moment we literally only can raise levies. We also can call Parliament, which might be useful for something. Okay, let's go for that. That will decrease fortification maintenance by 20%. We're not necessarily going to build new castles, but we will hopefully save some money. Right, so let's get all our troops. We'll probably divvy them up into 2 or 3 armies so we're not getting attrited to hell. I don't know if we'll have the sergeantry built in time, but we'll see. It's quite nice seeing all the little groups of troops marching around the place, and the fact that it changes based on what the actual composition is quite nice. Well, you know, one thing I've just realised, one thing we've been totally neglecting is roads. I think we've got some roads built already, but I have not spent any money on building roads at all. I think there's a... Okay, so yeah, we do have some roads, but we absolutely could have been building more roads, which is something I totally neglected. But, you know, I've been spending money on other things. It's not like I've wasted it. It's just maybe some roads would have been also quite useful. I don't know if roads affect troop travel time. I would think they must do, surely. Does it say anything? Because it just tells you about, like, market access and capital distance, institution growth. Doesn't say anything about your troops will go quicker along roads. So it might be one of those things that does happen, but it's kind of like hidden, or I really don't know. Right, what groups have we got left straggling in? So that's a group of 3,000. Oh no, wait, they're in different places. Right, so we'll get the group, the army of 3,000. That can be its own thing, so we'll march them. Unit lacks access? Okay. Oh, because it's not Poland itself. We also might want to... Can we ask them for food access? We can, but we don't have a diplomat, but we almost have a diplomat. So that's fine. We'll need to remember to do that. Okay, so that army is going that way, and then we'll combine the rest into an army as well. But yeah, we need food access from Poland, otherwise they're going to get horribly attritioned. Right, and then we merge them and give them... To be honest, I don't think these rebels are standing much of a chance. This war's going to be over before any of my troops actually get there. Do I even bother asking for food access at this point? Probably not. Because in civil wars, basically, there's like once a province is sieged, it's just instantly taken. The mechanics are a little bit different. Right, yeah, these guys aren't even going to get there. In the ongoing conflict, what ongoing conflict? Oh, the Guelphs or the Ghibellines, okay. Yeah, I'm not bothered about what's happening in Italy. I can just, you know... I can just keep being Italian over there in peace, and I'm not going to worry about it. Right, considering we've got all of our levies raised, we're still making a profit, which is nice. Oh, okay, that's annoying. I just need a small bump. Move towards plutocracy, yeah, that should put us over. Right, well, this civil war wasn't much of a civil war, but, you know, we helped! We helped! Hooray, we're helping! Somehow. We turned up and took some provinces. And I guess that counts. Well, this civil, like, whoever these rebels were, they weren't going into it with a lot of anything. Apparently, they just thought they'd have a go, even though they were horribly outnumbered. Not the most sensible rebels ever. So yeah, once Poznan falls, that's it. Do I want a parliament seat? Yes, that's fine. And we've passed that castle works, and that should reduce fort maintenance. Yeah, it was like 12 before. So defensive reduces the cost, and then fortification works for 10 years. 20%. That's a pretty chunky reduction. So money that's just going to our coffers instead. Right, so I think we literally just can stand these guys down. You can see they are taking a bit of attrition, but anyway, didn't really matter. Oh, it's the sergeantry that's finishing building. Right, I blanked on what that was entirely. Right, so I think compared to the absolute mess I made of the Isles, I'll probably revisit the Isles someday when I've got a much better idea of what I'm doing. At the moment, playing a small country in EU5, it's particularly challenging. All the strategies one might have used in EU4 are kind of out of the window. The best you can really hope for is latch on to getting a powerful ally and hope that they'll have your back. Which, I mean, was sort of also kind of the case in EU4, but I feel like in EU4 you maybe had a few more options available than you really do at the moment. It feels way more geared to playing the mid to large size nations rather than the tiny little mess. I mean, one of the more interesting things one could do in EU3 and EU4 was start off in the HRE and just be part of that complete tumult. But I don't know if that's... I don't know. I might have to have a go as an HRE country and see what comes of it. I mean, technically I already did with that Dithmarschen playthrough, but I was very much on the fringes. It's not like Dithmarschen is an elector or anything like that. Anyway, yes, it's been 4 hours, over 4 hours, so I'm going to cut off the stream here and probably have a little snack and then think about going to bed because it is quite late. So, yeah, hopefully you're all having a good evening wherever you are. And I hope you've enjoyed the stream. And if you particularly want to catch any of it, it'll be up on YouTube in a day or two. And, yeah, just have a good night or day or whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time.